Yes.
Okay, special magistrate, we are live.
Thanks, ready to start?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, I'm calling to order the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Enforcement Special Magistrate hearing for July 31st, 2025, a little after 9 o'clock in the morning. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the special magistrate appointed by the city to preside over today's hearing. Please silence your cell phones so they don't interrupt our proceedings. That'll be appreciated. And then if you're going to be talking to me about any of the items on our agenda today, whether you're city staff, consultants, or respondents, or witnesses, I need your testimony to be sworn. So I need to place everybody under oath. I will do that all together. So if everybody who will be testifying today, please stand, raise your right hand. I'll swear everybody in together. Okay.
Forgot about that part.
I do too sometimes. Okay, everybody in the room, thank you. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony? Today's hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, everybody. You can have a seat. Generally, the way I'm going to proceed when the case is called, when your case is called, I'll have you come up to the podium in the middle of the room. But for each case, I'm going to hear from the city first. I suspect there will be testimony from code enforcement staff or other city personnel regarding the case. There may be other documents, photographs that are made part of the record, which you'll have an opportunity to review. Once I've heard from the city, I'll then come back to you. It'll be your opportunity to ask any questions of the city's witnesses. If you don't have any questions, you can simply tell me about the case from your point of view. In the event that you brought additional documents or photographs or other evidence that you want me to consider, that will be the time to produce that. Once I've heard everything from everybody about the matter, in all likelihood today, I will enter an order that resolves the case. There is a sign-in sheet which we will take in order for the folks who are here. However, before we get to that, I'm told there are a number of matters with city staff that we need to take out of order first, so we can get those folks out of here and so they can get on with their day as well. So with that explanation, let's go ahead and get started, and you can call the first case we're going to hear.
First case is the page 23, item 86, case number 22-1041. This is a request by the city for authorization of foreclosure at 1106 6th Avenue North. Case name was Industrial Properties 2000 LLC. The new owner is Choo Choo Chai LLC, LS3FL LLC, MS3FL LLC. MDR FL LLC, and Endless Summers Realty LLC, Palm Beach County Fire Inspector Del Rossi. And for the record, this is going to be one of 3 cases for this respondent.
Right, tell me again, what's the agenda item?
It's the very last one, item 86.
80s. Got it. Okay. So you can proceed as soon as you're ready.
Inspector Del Rossi, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. Here is file here. This is the original, and then that's the updated information in there. All right, this case originally was started on 9/14/21. There was an order probably about 2.5 years ago for the violations and $250 a day. The last inspection that I completed was July 21st, 2025, and there were a couple of violations I was able to clear, but majority of them are still pending.
Okay.
And all the pictures that you have there were taken on that day on July 20th.
So can you give me some testimony about,
What is still pending?
all right, so there was an order finding violation and assessing fine from August 25th, 2022. So this is the same case?
Yes.
This is a request for authorization for foreclosure.
Okay,
The
thank you.
property is still in
I
violation.
think you told me.
Yes.
So,
It's
okay. Now I. All right, so yeah, if you can just give me a rundown on what,
It's still pending?
yes, please.
All right, so there, we still don't have proper fire department access. There needs to be 20 feet maintained in the front of the building at all times.
Okay.
But the issue is they're allowing vehicles to just park in the middle of there, so there isn't a way for us to get close enough to the building if there is an issue. There are fire extinguishers that aren't inspected, tagged, mounted. They're just kind of all over the place, and I believe the last date I saw was 22 for the inspections. There is still storage that's either, you can't have storage either above 12 feet or 2 feet from the roof, whichever is lower. And so we still have storage pretty high in there. We have exit doors that have key locks, slide locks. The only thing that they can have on their doors is thumb turns. There's several exits that we can't get to. They're blocked inside and outside the building. We have several exit signs that aren't functioning properly. We have large amounts of equipment being plugged into extension cords. The rule is only one thing can be plugged into an extension cord, and there are areas where there are several things plugged into them. Also, let's see, we need to get all the electrical meters labeled. And then all the breaker labeled. We need to get any missing damaged outlets, switch covers, junction box covers, covered. Let's see, there is, so one of the units there is an appliance repair shops, and they technically have what was 2 units. And from what I can tell, there still is only power on one side of the unit. The whole one side of the unit does not have power. Not sure why it doesn't have power. I told them to have the property evaluated by an electrician and to have everything repaired and permits for whatever needed to be repaired, but I don't see where that has been done. Let's see. On the outside, in the rear of the building, we have a lot of combustible storage within 10 feet of the building that needs to be removed, but also when you go to the back of the building, you have the back area, and then right up against it is the train tracks. There are a bunch of fenced-in areas coming out of the units. I cited them to remove all those fenced-in areas because with those there, you have to go out on the train tracks to get to the front of the building. So they need to remove all that stuff so we have proper egress from the rear of the building. Everything is still back there. I can't see where they've removed anything. Let's see.
Okay, and I
Yeah,
think that's, I mean, honestly, for the posture that this is in, and I'm just looking at the file, the order that assessed the fine was recorded in the public records on September 14th, 2022, right? And it's still accruing at $250 a day. This is a commercial property.
yes.
Okay. Okay, and the city is seeking authorization to foreclose. All right, let me, who do we have here on behalf of the respondent?
David Hoffman.
Yes, sir.
I represent the owners.
Okay, floor is yours.
Basically, I took over this property in 2022. We did have a few different violations that we did take care of. We had we have 2 problems. We have fire and we have code enforcement. We couldn't get our licenses because my tenants couldn't get their licenses. We both need licenses. We had a problem getting the permit for the barrier walls, for firewalls, which we took care of. I didn't know that there are no exit signs that are not working now. I did have an electrician go through all of them. Could be over the last 2 years, maybe it broke again. I already retained an electrician, but I got the new violations, I think Monday this week. So I hired an electrician to take care of whatever's on the list. We hired the landscaper to clean everything in the back. I'm not sure if it was done. If not, it will be done in the next day or two. The only thing I would like to meet with you is that 20 feet. I know there was a different management in the past, which we got rid of them, and I'm the new person in charge there. They were telling me something about the 20 feet, like what could be done, how they can park in front of their place. I would like to meet there with you. We had signs that you needed to be posted, which we took care of. All the doors should be working. We hired a company to make sure that all the doors are gonna lock with, like you said, thumb turns.
I mean, let me stop you there. You acquired this property in May of 2022.
I believe so.
Well, that's what the warranty deed says, and I mean, that was 3 years ago.
It
Volume of violations, which quite frankly is irrelevant for a foreclosure authorization. The only thing that I need to know about is whether the lien's been recorded for more than 90 days. It's been recorded for 3 years. And whether or not it's homestead property. So I'm not sure there's anything anybody could tell me as to why here we are almost 3 years later and there's still a laundry list of fire hazard violations, let alone whatever else might be out there. So go ahead and finish up. If there's anything else you want to tell me.
We're going through the whole list. We're going to take care of whatever needs to be done.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
I would like to meet with both code
I
compliance and
think that would be a
fire
fantastic idea.
possible, and we're gonna go whenever you guys are available. We'll
Quite
go.
frankly, sir, that should have happened years ago.
It should have. I know I took over the management now. I think we met once at the property with the previous manager, and we definitely did take care of a lot of the items. But again, I would like to meet with everyone and you show me what needs to be done.
I hope
We'll bring everything into compliance.
in the meantime, though, based on the testimony and the evidence, the foreclosure authorization is granted.
Now we're going to go to page 12 of the agenda, item 46, case number 25-1297. Property address of 1106 6th Avenue North. Property owners are Choo Choo Chai LLC, LS3FL LLC, MS3FL LLC, MDRFL LLC, and Endless Summers Realty LLC. Officer Dale.
The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. This case was initiated as a repeat case on June 23rd, 2025 by Code Officer Juan Vasquez. Existing violations are 12-18, remove all trash and debris from the entire property, to include all landscape debris and pile of branches in the rear of Unit 5. 14-32, no active business license for the owners. Choo Choo Chai LLC, LS3FL LLC, MS3FL LLC, MDRFL LLC, and Endless Summers Realty LLC. Also the tenants, Piedmont Auto Clinic, Atlas Granite and Marble Inc., and Fonzie Mobile Corp. 14-35, no use and occupancy inspection for the owners and the tenants. 15-39, please get current registrations or remove any or all vehicles with no current registration that is inoperable from the entire property. 2-75.6.2, missing unit numbers. 23.4-19, clear all outdoor storage to include the tires and the side of the rear of the property. The property was previously found in violations of sections 12-18, 14-32, 14-35, 15-39, 2-75.6.2 and 23.4-19 in case number 23-0176, making this a repeat case. The order for case number 23-0176 has been attached to the case file. In that case, the property was subject to $100 per day fine, and the property was brought into compliance 61 days after the date of compliance, which was June 26, 2023. Formal notice of violation and hearing for the current case was issued via certified mail on June 30th, 2025. The certified mail was delivered to all owners except for the owner MS3FL LLC, which was returned. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on July 1st, 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner's property manager, David Hoffman. At this time, the city is requesting a fine of $500 per day from June 23rd, 2025 until date of full compliance. To date, the property is still in non-compliance.
Also seeking the 425-29 in administrative comments.
Yes.
All right.
I need to sit down for a minute.
Pardon me?
I don't feel good. I need to sit down.
By
for a
all
minute.
means. Anybody? Yeah, go ahead and have a seat.
Sorry, sir. Sit here.
Um, why don't we hit the pause button on this case, let you sit and collect yourself and we can come back to this.
Let's just continue.
Let's continue. He wants to continue.
Beg your pardon?
He wants to continue. He just wants to sit, like you can continue.
Oh, all right. Are we able to, is the record gonna be able to pick up anything that you
That's-
said?
you can-
Okay, no, that's fine, if you're okay. Go ahead, sir, put your name and address on the record again, since we're technically on a different case, and then, you can tell me about.
David Hoffman,
Yes, sir.
for 1106 6th Avenue North.
Okay, floor is yours for this case.
It's same as before. We had an issue, I believe, with licenses. For 3 years, we've been trying to get our license, and the city said we can't get it because the tenants can't get their business license because we don't have ours, and we can't get our license because the city doesn't have theirs. Once we got the violation, I went to the city, and this is the first time in 3 years that they did something in the system which authorized us to be able to get our licenses. So we 7-11, we got our business licenses for the past whatever needed to be done. And same thing with fire. We're gonna do whatever needs to be done.
Right.
And I would like to meet with whoever I need to meet with at the property, so we bring everything into compliance.
It appears to me you again acquired this property like in May of 2022, so you were the owner in 2023 when the previous case happened.
Well, I represent the owners, but
Right, I'm sorry.
but
Your client was the owner.
was the owner, and we acquired the property with all these violations.
Yes,
Part of the deal was they were supposed to fix it, which they didn't. They said they were working on it. And yeah, I want to do whatever needs to be done. I have met in the past with different code compliance officers. I managed 3 properties, one next to another there, 606, 1106, and 1107. And we did bring everything into compliance. I think it was Hugo before Miss Dale. And again, the same with fire. Whatever needs to be done, we'll take care of everything, and we want to bring everything up to date, pay the fines.
Okay, I saw Ms. Bryant gave you her contact information, so, again, I would urge you to
That
keep those lines.
that's Miss Dale, right?
Yes, our last email was on July 10th, where we told you we would meet you at the property at your convenience, and we hadn't heard anything back.
Well, I did call into the city, told me to call the city of Hollywood. I did that. The city of Lake Worth, I'm sorry. I did that. They told me that there's no way that you could come out because I need to pay. Well, they told me to meet with someone else, I think. Justin, maybe. Or they said that you can't come, I can't schedule an appointment until our records are paid. So I came into the city of Hollywood. I paid everything. I have it all here. City of Lake Worth Beach. I paid for everything. And I did speak to all my tenants. I told them to get their licenses now. They told me I couldn't get my license because part of my violation was the city doesn't give the tenants licenses because I don't have a license. So we both need licenses. This was the first time in 3 years where I was actually able to pay. They had to do something in the computer, which gave me access or permission to pay for the licenses. I believe, I forgot her name. I believe that lady over there saw me in the office and you told me you're going to go over whatever I need to do. And you said the first thing was I have to pay for the licenses, which in 3 years, I have been to the city of Lake Worth office in the past, and they didn't let me, the computer didn't allow for me to pay for the licenses until July 11th, when I actually was able to pay for 3 years back. And I already notified all the tenants that they should apply for all their licenses. They will. A lot of them did pay, but it wasn't validated because my license was not validated.
Dylan Bryan, City of Lake Worth Beach. He will not be able to pay for a license if he owes back monies for business license. That'll be number one. You will have to pay up any back payments you owe for business license. That's one. And then you cannot receive a business license if you have an open lien, which you have. Multiple open liens. So you can't get a business license until you satisfy all those liens. Then you get your business license. So you need to work with Leticia and Nicole from Fire, and they'll assist you with coming into voluntary compliance, but you have to come into compliance before you can receive a business license.
So I don't have a business license now? Is it possible that I paid for it though? It's just not validated.
Till you pass the use and occupancy inspection, that's the third component to the business license, and if it's not passed, you do not have a business.
Well, this July 11th was the first time. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes, thank you.
Well, I'm glad to hear a willingness to get this done, but quite frankly, this is a repeat case based on what I've seen, and there are plenty of things that could have been done that don't require, you don't have to pay anything to clean up the trash and put the unit numbers on the building. And
We have all that done.
so, or anything else from the city on this case? All right. I do find proper notice. Respondent is present at today's hearing. The city has proper notice documents in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, find the property remains in violation as cited. Find that those violations are repeat violations based on case number 230176. I will accept the city's recommendation, assess daily fines of $500 per day, beginning when the repeat violation was noticed on June 23rd and continuing until compliance is achieved. And I will also award the city's administrative costs of $425.29. Immediately. I mean, it's a repeat case, so there's no compliance deadline. Just
Okay, we're gonna go back to page 23, item 85, case number 23-176. This is a request by the city for authorization of foreclosure at 1106 6th Avenue North. Property owners are Choo Choo Chai LLC, LS3 FL LLC, MS3 FL LLC, MDR FL LLC, and Endless Summers Realty LLC. Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. This is a case status summary for foreclosure authorization. Violations and compliance 12-18, 14-32, 14-35, 2-75.6.2, 15-39, and 23.4-19 were all complied on July 25th, 2023. No violations remain open for this particular case at this time. However, there are two active cases, one code enforcement case, case number 25-0833, and one repeat case, 25-1297, which we just heard. And a printout of both case synopses have been attached to the case file. The last inspection date was June 17, 2025. The status of the case is the property remains in non-compliance with the two new cases initiated. Multiple attempts have been made to reach the owner. The city has had contact with the property manager, David Hoffman. Enforcement has progressed and the violations pose a continued risk to public health, safety, or welfare. No active permits or rehabilitation plan has been submitted as of the date of this report. Code officers have been in communication with the property manager and he was provided with detailed information regarding the cited violations and was informed of the upcoming foreclosure hearing. All related email correspondence has been attached to the case file. The most recent communication occurred on July 10th, 2025, during which Code Officer Juan Vasquez advised Mr. Hoffman to contact the scheduling department to arrange an inspection of the property. The order has been recorded for more than 90 days at this time, and the date recorded was June 28th, 2023.
This is commercial property again, yes.
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 Okay, anything else from the city before I go to the respondent? One more time, if you go ahead and, again, it's a different case, so if you can state your name and address.
David Hoffman,
Thank you.
or
sir.
it's 1106.
Yes. What, is there anything else that you'd like to put into the record for this?
Same thing as before. I want to meet with all the code officers and whatever needs to get done.
Okay. Anything else from the city? All right, I mean, this is again, a lien that even though the property is now in compliance, which is a good thing, so the accrual may not be happening. There's still a lien that was recorded on June 28th of 2023 on non-homestead property. A lien is still outstanding, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, then I will grant foreclosure authorization on this case as well.
So, excuse me. So I know I went in, it's 3 different properties that we manage, and they said that we can't, like there are some of the properties that we brought up to compliance, just they said because it's one owner on the 3 properties, we can't, I think they're all connected. I can't finish, like clean up one property complete without the others.
You can clean, Yolanda Bryant, City of Lakewood Beach, you can clean up the properties, it's to your best interest to go ahead and comply to violations. But the liens do attach, the liens will attach, so you won't be able to sell properties or do anything with property with the liens attaching. So you need to comply to violations, satisfy the liens, and then whatever you choose to do with the property.
All right.
Okay, so it's a lot to it, that's why I gave you my card.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you after court, absolutely.
Thank you, sir, and good luck.
Is that it? Or no, so hopefully for yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to page 6 of the agenda, item 26, case number 25-126, property address of 128 18th Avenue North. Property owner is Anastasia Thiel, officer correct. And I'm also gonna call the next case because they're together. Item 27, case number 25-967, property address 128 18th Avenue North. Property owner is Anastasia Thiel, officer correct.
Orlando Curette with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on January 21st, 2025, from a citizen's complaint. The existing violations are 23.6-1, tree abuse is prohibited. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 23rd, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on June 25th, 2025, posted at Property and City Hall on June 27th, 2025. Case has been administratively postponed from April 24th, 2025 until July 31st, 2025. Last reinspection was on May 19th, 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is September 1st, 2025. I am going to refer to planning and zoning for the recommendation for violation 23.6-1, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 1st, 2025.
So let me just get caught up here. We have two files, two case numbers for the same address, alleging the same violation with the same pictures in both files. I'm not understanding why.
One is for penalties and one is for tree abuse.
Oh,
Your Honor.
may I?
The penalties are required by the code.
Right.
So that's just, we can make that part of this case and dismiss.
I'm just not understanding why there's
December 1st.
two files. So it's not two separate cases that you're seeking two separate.
May I?
Okay. Okay, so let the city finish its presentation. And thank you
Am I
for
allowed-
that
Good
explanation.
morning, for the record, Scott Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
Planning and zoning. So our recommendation essentially is, so I guess let me just go through it first. This is citation for tree abuse. And there are penalties and mitigation recommendations from the city. And penalty does include, sorry, let's get there. $19,400 with mitigation of trees, replacement trees. So staff is recommending 180 days to obtain permit for new construction, removal and replace, and 180 days to pay penalty fee. After that, daily fines.
I'm pulling up the code while you're.
My apologies, I'm just trying to organize this. So we would recommend 30 days to obtain a permit to a tree removal permit. Or new construction fee.
I guess.
Sorry, Your Honor, let me just clarify that. So 30 days to submit a complete application for new construction or tree removal permit. And
So maybe.
a status conference at that time.
Maybe
30 days.
so. I got Officer Corrett's testimony with basically the But somebody tell me what happened here. You know, I see a couple of pictures of a vacant lot and I see a couple of pictures with some palm trees.
Can I
And-
give you
but
some?
what happened here? Somebody from the city, and I will be.
Oh, you don't
with you,
wanna-
ma'am.
okay,
I will,
okay,
but I
okay.
want to let the city finish. I
Yeah,
just.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna go through really quickly. What we have is essentially.
Well, no, take your time. I mean, you're asking for some seriously high fines here, so please
it's a
don't
lengthy-
whitewash this. I want to know
lengthy-
exactly what happened to you know get me to where you want to be.
So per the arborist report through our consultant arborist, there was they went out to assess the site. And it was determined that there was some violations for tree abuse.
Okay, so what is the site? It's a vacant lot? What is a single family home? I mean,
100.
tell me the story. I want to understand because right now I don't understand what happened.
Sorry, I think this is a single family lot. And
I mean, the pictures I'm looking at, it looks like a vacant lot. The two files have the same floor plan. You get the same, so. See this one?
so yeah, it's a single family lot. It appears to be vacant. And there was some tree abuse at the site. There were several trees that were improperly pruned or removed without a permit.
Okay,
16 trees.
okay, so 16 trees were on an undeveloped lot and they were removed without proper permits.
Correct.
What kind, are we talking about palms or oaks?
We have
Or,
12 cabbage palms, Royal Point sienna,
oh, and I saw
pine, a
that,
sea grape, and a strangle fig.
and that looks like there's a Chenmore
That is a
consulting
arborist.
arborist
Yes.
report, so that, and there's a, on the first page, and the report's dated April 24th of this year. It identifies 16 trees and it gives their common names. And so those are the 16 trees that were improperly hat racked or removed or whatever, contrary to what city code allows. Okay. That's helpful. Okay, so, so what's supposed to happen? Like if somebody has a lot and it has a bunch of trees and they wanna do whatever they wanna do with it, what are they supposed to do?
So typically for new construction, they're going to submit a landscape plan with a mitigation plan if there's existing trees. Let's say there's an existing structure on the site, they go through demolition release forms. On those forms for landscaping purposes, we clearly indicate that it's structures only, tree removals require a permit. So we get to the point where it's mitigation, we review it, and then they can move forward.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm understanding.
So that mitigation plan is going to address relocation, replacement of trees, removal, all those things, so we can review it at that time.
Okay. So when somebody does. And that, I'm looking again at that, Lake Worth Beach Consulting Arborist report. It's in the file. So when this code violation happens, started to make a recommendation regarding getting permits either for new construction and or tree removal.
So you're going to see a couple other cases I'm going to testify in for that,
Okay,
where a tree may have been hat racked,
Yeah.
improperly burned, or removed without a permit. That's when the most likely arborist is going to review this, staff reviews it per the code. So the penalties are calculated per the code, and then process of mitigation is also determined for the code.
All right, and then. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. I'm in the code here on my laptop, and it looks like there's a. For residential. There's,
Section 23.6-1. As cited, M9 is where the tree abuse is shown as prohibited, and then P is where the penalties are set out in a table.
it's not at the right take. It's a really long code section.
It is.
23.6 -1, and then it's letter.
It's letter M. M9 and P.
E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, tree preservation. So under M, tree removal, relocation, replacement, any person wishing to remove, relocate, or replace shall file an application. Is that the correct? Okay, so that's the
And
permit requirement.
paragraph 9 of that paragraph talks about the tree abuse.
8, 9, tree abuse and trimming. Tree abuse is prohibited.
And then P is where the table of penalties is.
Letter P under number 9. No, letter P is above number 9. Okay. NOP. Yes, that's where I was. Penalties for tree abuse without a permit. And then it gives, there's a table that has dollar values for a fine. And that's what, per inch of diameter of the tree that's abused or removed. Okay, and then the city did its calculation. And there's different values for residential versus non-residential, so this is residential value. Okay, so tell me
So
for code again.
I'll let Scott give you the details, but essentially the city is looking to find the violation,
Yes,
to give time to comply the violation through the new construction permit
Okay.
or tree removal permit, and recognize the penalties and replacement with mitigation that are required by the code.
okay. Okay, so then tell me, so if I recall, I wrote down that there was a recommendation for 30 days to, was it obtain or apply for those permits? And then I think I heard 180 days. And then you wanted a status hearing at some point, so maybe go, and I know I interrupted you.
No, that's
middle of
okay,
all that,
and so I apologize, I'm sort of new at this part.
No,
So,
and you all are having to educate me this morning as well.
so we were recommending 30 days for permit application with a status check at completion at 30 days as well, or permit for new construction.
So there's a couple of paths that could be taken. You could just get the permit that deals with the tree removal and not worry about doing anything with the, or you could apply for a permit for new construction, which will presumably have an element that deals with landscape plan and tree.
Yes.
So one or however they'd want to go, one or the other within 30 days, and then a status hearing at that time to see where we are. Or whatever the next next, whatever your next agenda date is.
August.
August. So the city's recommendation would be by August 28th, you want to see a complete permit application for one of those paths forward, and then come back and see where we are.
And make that a status update and or fine assessment hearing. We understand that if they want to go the route of a new construction permit, that it may take some back and forth to get the permit finalized, but there should be a complete application in the system.
Okay. Okay, I understand what happened, and I understand the city's recommendation. So anything else, before I, hear from, is it Ms. Steele? Yeah.
I'm Gorbani.
Okay, anything else from the city before I? All right, okay, so that was a lot, and thank you for your patience and watching me get educated on this. Go ahead and put your name and address into the record, and then the floor will be yours.
I'm Michelle Gorbani, and it's for 128 18th Avenue, Lake Worth Beach, Florida.
Okay,
Yes. Can I give this to you? No.
yes, go ahead. Do you have,
I know it's a lot, and I can't just
are
after.
these the same thing, or are these all? Is this one item, or is this a copy for me and a copy?
No,
for-
it's that's all yep, for you.
Have you seen any of this? Why don't you, Brian, why don't you go ahead and
Sorry, I didn't.
let Ms. Linehan take a look? While she's looking,
I have a whole nother one I can give if I need it. I mean, I hear what they're saying, and I think it makes sense. Since you don't have that to kind of look at it with me, I mean, we hired a general contractor, like under the understanding that he would be reliable. He's been licensed with the state for over 20 years, and and I have the references. He had over 20 really good references.
Okay.
He also gave us his typical path that he takes, and just it was not even a month after he had, I guess, bulldozed and flattened the land. I don't really know how many trees were there before, but I did cross-reference with Google images, and I also had an arborist go out there as soon as I found out this was happening to take a look and report everything that he could find. So he definitely didn't report that many trees, but I'm like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Anyways, he's been since fired, released, but there's a whole section in there about him. So we're kind of pursuing things a little bit more strenuously on that
Okay.
end, but we understand that as part of our property, we need to come into compliance.
do you, if you know, are you intending to develop the property?
That was what the initial goal was, but there has been a lot of like massive loss associated with this GC and the funder. And so it's really just unsure, but we want to immediately come into compliance as soon as we can. So we are very open to making sure that we're there at
Fine.
least.
Well, it sounds like there's a couple of options. August 28th, is that what you said, the next?
August 20, the next year.
So the city is recommending that the next step would be to come back on August 28th with, and be able to show that there is some permit
Yeah.
that's been applied for. In my mind, that means a complete application, and that's basically another month. Do you feel comfortable?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Um,
At this time, we've just been trying to kind of maintain the property. I have sent someone, I actually live in Dallas, Texas, but
I see.
yeah, so we have a manager. I've hired someone to make sure that the property is not getting out of control, because we do now know the neighbor, John, I think his name might be. So we do just try to keep the property representable and not messy or overgrown.
Right.
And that's really all the steps we've taken at this point.
Okay, so now let's talk about these three binders.
You guys don't even have to look over that if you want to now. I feel like it's a lot. It's just really our efforts to try to meet to come into compliance really is what a lot of that is.
Okay.
I have no objection, Your Honor. Like she said, it really, some of that is really part of what their discussion with staff will need to entail to get the permits going.
Okay, so it looks like the one binder is an arborist report. This is John Sutton is the name of the arborist. This is your arborist who's working with you?
Yes.
Okay. There's a the second binder looks like it has to do with the general contractor you were telling me about and
Yes.
the issues that you had with them. And the third binder, let's see, what are we talking? Tell me what this looks like. There's some tables.
Yeah, it's this kind of just, I think if that's the last one, which I believe, oh no, that's actually the first one that just talks about all of the comments that, everything that's been reported by the city and that we recognize and we see, and we're keeping records of everything that's happening. We're not taking it lightly.
I see. Okay,
Um,
I see. This is sort of a list of all the interaction you've had with the city.
Yes.
And others. Okay, and then, okay, photographs of the notice for this code enforcement case. All right.
The very last one just shows the receipts of having the lawn care service there and just photos of the property of the most, I think were taken last week to see, so you can visually see how it looks right now. And
All right, well then, without objection, these three binders will be part of the record for this case. These are copies that the city can keep in
Yes.
its file. All right, good. There you go. Okay, well, then I guess there's no need to belabor this. I have no objection to proceeding as city's recommended. It sounds like you're understanding that and are in agreement with that as well.
Yeah.
So anything else you'd like to put into the record for today?
I mean, I appreciate Scott and Annie. They've been very helpful, like to get us through this. So I'm like, thank you, because we're a little bit caught off guard by it. It's our first experience to have, but we're happy to.
Well, I mean, I've been doing this long enough that I think I have a good sense for when someone is willing to, do the right thing versus someone that's digging their heels in, and that I have the sense that you're wanting to do the right thing.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from the city on this? All right, then I mean, so is this going to be for both case numbers? How do you want to?
Let's do this for case number 25-126, and we'll dismiss the other one because the penalties are really just required by the code for the abuse.
Okay. So for the record, case 250967 dismissed. This will be in order for case 250126. I do find proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find that the property remains in violation as cited. We will set this for a status hearing on August 28th, and between now and then, we would want to see the respondent applying either for the tree removal or I guess it's called a tree removal permit. Is that the correct terminology? Or a new construction permit. And then we will, I'll award the administrative costs. I'm not going to put a due date on those. And then we will see where we are on August 28th. Is there anything else that this order needs to contain?
Yes, if you will also make the August 28th a fine assessment hearing.
Status/fine assessment hearing.
And require in your order the penalties prescribed by the code in the amount of $19,400 and any replacement and mitigation required by the code for.
Yeah, all that. Yes, I mean that. I don't see that I have any discretion on that. That is code work that's required by city code. So.
All right, I need clarification, please. So, instead of 30 days, can we have the date for the tree removal permit or the new construction permit for August 27th, which would be the day before hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine. That way the work will be done before.
And then we're gonna set a status fine assessment for August 28th. There is gonna be the penalty fine of $19,400 for
And a requirement that,
And, okay.
yeah, so it's and with the. I mean, it's required by the code, but just to note in the order that with the, whatever permit is. Being sought, that it would require the replacement in mitigation.
I'm sorry, can I get some clarity? I thought, the, the tree abuse, I understand the fines for that, but I found a couple of different laws when there's a certain amount of sickness on the tree that it's actually in a violation right now because it's Y branching over the wire, the electrical. I'm so sorry about that. So it's actually like in a city code violation as is the tree just existing there.
There's the state statute that talks about permits and diseased or trees that are paraphrasing, present a danger.
We would have to have documentation from an arborist in hand that it causes such danger, and the only option is removal.
Right.
I think that when we talked with Scott, we also kind of reviewed how the electricity company had been cutting on one side of it and the other side, I thought that sorry, I was like, a little taken, I'm surprised. I was like, oh, I misunderstood.
To look a little more closely at that arborist report, does it comply with the statutory requirement?
It doesn't appear to be taken into account, not by the consultant of this, and I don't believe the Mr. Sutton was the arborist for the applicant.
And if
Didn't provide information.
the statute requires that report to be in hand at the time the work is done. It's not like you can come in after the fact. I don't think.
I came in after the fact with this because once he was, our prior GC was released, we have had no contact with
Yeah,
him.
I understand. You kind of got,
Trying to do damage control, so I wasn't exactly sure what he had done. But there is a Florida, I cited it to, I asked him about it. It's
so
okay.
here's what I'm gonna do on this. I will take that all under advisement. I would like both the city and you to be prepared maybe to address that statute when we come back on August 28th.
Okay.
And if it's applicable, we will deal with that then. If it's not, then that issue will be closed. But all right,
Okay,
very good. Thank you all.
thank you. Sorry.
No. Get this right.
Okay, we're gonna go to page 8 of the agenda, item 33, case number 25-1194. Property address of 1325 South End Street. Property owner is Carolyn R. and Roy D. Strohacker, Officer Correct.
Yeah.
Officer Orlando Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on May 30th, 2025 as an internal complaint. Existing violations are 23.2-21, apply for, obtain, and pick up a permit for chain link fence. 19-11, it shall be unlawful for any person to block off, fence, or in any way appropriate to his own use or attempt to do any publicly dedicated street, sidewalk, or alley within the city. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 10th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on June 12th, 2025. Posted at property and city hall on June 12th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 30th, 2025. Photographs for the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is September 3rd, 2025, or fines of $50 per day plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 3rd, 2025.
Yolanda Bryan with the City of Lake Worth Beach. We
ma'am.
have someone from the city, from Public Works Department,
Okay.
and she needs to be sworn in.
Okay. Swear you in, and do swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony today's hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You can go ahead and put your name and position with the city in the record, and then you can testify.
Shannon Garcia, Public Works Project Manager.
Yes, ma'am. I beg your pardon?
The respondent requested that she come, the complainant comes to the
Oh,
hearing.
okay.
So,
Understood. Okay. Let's see. So I see the photographs of the chain link fence that was without a permit. Is that
Yes,
okay?
that is correct.
And then tell me again, what are we talking about
Well, along with the permit, no permit.
what's the obstruction issue?
It shall be unlawful for any person to block, fence, or in any way appropriate to his own use or attempt to do any publicly dedicated street, sidewalk, or alley within the city.
Okay, so what tell me what I'm looking at photographs, but tell me
It's the alleyway. They blocked off the alleyway
with the chain link fence.
with the chain link fence, yes, sir. And there's a copy of the email on file from Ms. Shannon showing that no permit on file or abandonment.
So just so that I'm clear, and looking at photographs that are dated June 2nd, can you just can take a look at these as and is this the alley?
This
Yeah. Okay, just wanted to make sure. And Mr. Strawhacker, I'm happy to let you look at the photographs I'm looking at as well. Anything else from the city before? Okay. Mr. Strawhacker, the floor is yours, sir. And I have this is a packet of information that you provided, is that correct?
Yeah, the other thing you don't have is the pictures that were taken too.
Has the city seen this from this paperwork? You want to take a look at this? And again, would you like to see the?
Yeah.
I know I was asking questions about some photographs. I certainly want you to have the opportunity to see everything that I'm looking at as well. I was asking about these photographs here. All right, and I didn't mean to interrupt you. The floor is still yours.
First of all, I bought the property in 1971.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the house was built in 1930. After retiring from the police department, I was elected to city commission here, and I served 86, 87, and 88 on the city commission. The city commission had in those years brought several times before the commission a complaint about alleyways in the city. And in fact, it's still going on today. The city has refused to cut the alleys for the residents. In fact, when I was on the commission, we discussed this. It was brought up that the city was not going to cut it, and they were going to do an experimental program with taking some of the alleys where residents could cut them. In doing so, it was approved the city commission that I could cut the alleyway. The problem with cutting the alleyway with the residents, and I had an objection to it at the time, is the alleys are full of transit defecating in it, urinating in it, rats urinating in it, snakes in it, drug dealers, there's syringes, bags of dope, everything else inside these alleys. They were kept there in this grass. The grass was about 3 foot high in most alleyways. So in 1986 or 87, I had city manager and assistant city manager, which is John Shemansky at the time, come over. I put up the fencing to stop the pedestrians, but still allow the city to go through with the trucks, which is a requirement. At no time since that time, which is almost 40 years, have I ever used the property for personal use. Nothing's ever been on the property. In fact, my child grew up, there was never a swing on the property. So everything was kept on my property. I sodded the property. I have sprinklers that go from my property across the alleyway, but not on the alleyway property itself, to keep it watered. We maintain it twice a month by cutting it. The problem is in the 40, almost 40 years that I've done this, the city has never come down to take a look at the alley or cut it. John Shemansky came down when it was done and said it was fine because the trucks had access through it. The swing fences are 12-foot wide, and any truck the city had could get through there. So there was a compliance. This way the alley is kept safe. And for 40 years has kept out the problem we had with the derelicts, the prostitutes, and everything else that were going in the alley off of Federal Highway. When they did this, I got a letter from the city at the time, and to be honest with you, after 40 years, I don't know where the letter's at, so I did go to the city and ask them to get a copy of it. And I was told that we don't have that anymore because we only keep letters for 3 years. And I said, well, since it dealt with city property and it dealt with the fact that it was the use of city property, you're required to keep that letter indefinitely. And they said, no, only 3 years, they don't have it, but they would check and let me know if they could find it. So I waited, and it's now been 2 weeks, never heard back from the city. I went to the city, asked them to obtain copies of the minutes from the 86, 87, 88 commission meetings. They told me they were in storage, and I said, that's fine. When can I have them? And they said, we don't know. We'd have to check and find out when they can be obtained. So I said, okay, here's my phone number, here's my name, call me and let me know how long I have to wait to get the minutes so I can look them over. Well, you have to pay for somebody to be with you when you look at them. I don't care. Just let me know when I can get them. That's now been over a month and a half, haven't heard a word back from the city. So I have no idea where the minutes are stored or when they're going to be here. I have no idea. There was no problem with the alley. I've got pictures showing the same thing with the alley, showing the alley, how it was kept since I've got it. And there's also shows the overgrowth from the other parties on both sides of the alley, which go into the alley and which is a mess. You can't even, trucks can't get through. So when I got cited, I said, you know, it's funny. I said, I maintained this alley for now almost 40 years and nothing's been said about it until now. The new people that moved in behind me complained that they wanted to move their fence to the middle of the alley. I explained to them, you can't because your fence is on your property line. You know, you could take the fence down, but you can't move in the middle because that blocks the alleyway. They were very upset over that and said, no, my paperwork shows we own the alley. So I left it go with that. So I've tried every way I can with the city. I found articles in the newspaper from the meetings in which they mentioned the fact that the alleyways were being discussed. And at one point, David Hens, who was mayor here, said that you know, he cuts his alley and was going to, why can't the residents come down and cut the alleys too? So I agreed to cut them. I said, I agree to cut the alley, but I don't want people going through my alley in the back, and I want to get rid of the foot traffic. So that's why this fence was put up with an approval from the city commission. And I voted on it, so I know it was on there and approved. I've kept the alley up, and the city has never come down that alley to do any maintenance to it at all. They've really abandoned the alley for 45 years. Since I moved and bought that property, the city has never maintained that alleyway. I don't think you're aware the state statute says after so many years, the city abandons property if they don't maintain their own property. I don't agree to that only because the city has utilities in the ground there. And they also have utilities overhead. So the access to the alleyway must be open to the city to do it. When I called the city and got no cooperation from there, I tried other ways to continue looking for the copy of the letter I had. But like I say, after 45 years, I don't know what happened to it. No one's ever said a word after that length of time. The question I had, basically, I asked for Ms. Garcia to be here. I wanted to find out how she managed to get to that property with that complaint. Not sure whose it is. But how to get to that complaint?
You can certainly question her.
Basically, I was curious, did you live down there?
No, I was brought to the area because, at their, trying to think what the address is. See, the house at the other end of the alley where there was a carport on the unimproved portion of, I think it's 13th Avenue or 14th Avenue there.
Mhm.
There was a carport that was not supposed to be there. And that brought me to the alleyway because then once I had to have her remove that, she then brought up that the alleyway was not maintained and blocked. And so that's what brought me to looking at the alley.
Okay, my question is, when you got, so you looked at my property.
Well, I looked at the alley from the end. I drove around the street.
Okay. Just south of my property, did you go down to my property?
I was on the south side. Her house was on the south side.
Okay,
She's on M and I think that's 13th Avenue or
14th.
14th Avenue.
The one that
Yeah.
has the fence and the solid wooden fence in the back?
She did, yeah, I was there because she had a carport in the alleyway as well, and we had to have her.
She also has that fence 3.5 foot into the alleyway and it goes adjacent,
So
and it goes adjacent to a telephone pole.
I'm happy to have you question the witness, but you guys can't talk over each other.
Okay,
You ask
I'm
a
sorry.
question, you can answer the question.
Okay, the question was,
Then you can ask another question.
that particular fence she's talking about is 3.5 foot into the alleyway and it prohibits city trucks from going down.
Your Honor, that
Well-
fence is not an issue. We're here for this gentleman's property.
So, you have any other questions? Try to keep this a little bit organized, so.
Did you see any violations in the alleyway besides mine?
I've got many that I've seen that I've been working.
Has anybody been cited as of yet?
Not relevant, Your Honor.
Answer the question.
Hmm.
You can answer.
Yeah, there are multiple, there are multiple people blocking the alleyway.
Okay, has anybody been cited yet?
I don't do the citing, all I
Okay.
do is report it to code.
Okay. And the only question I have is for the inspector, and to what personal use do I use the alley?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
To what personal use, since the ordinance says you can't use the alley for your own personal use? What personal use am I using the alley for?
The alley is blocked off by the fence. And there's no other fence behind your property, so you have full access to the back, so. I'm not sure.
When you put Yolanda Bryant, City of Lake Worth Beach, you cannot put your own personal fence in the city alley. If the city doesn't provide a fence for the alley, you can't provide your own personal fence. So that's your personal item that you put on city property. So the fence has to be removed in order to come in compliance.
But does the ordinance say that you can't use the property of your own personal use, but you can't block it for city trucks and vehicles to go through, am I correct?
City trucks and vehicles have to have access,
Right.
especially during the current times for hurricane season. We really need access to our alleys.
Okay, and do they have access on my property?
We're trying to get through the alley. We're not trying to get on your property. The city want access to our alleys.
Okay, does the city have access to the alley back there?
Does the city have access?
On his end, I have no idea if that fence opens. I didn't get out and actually open it.
If it's a fence there, then we do not have access.
It's a 12-foot swing gate on both ends.
We still do not have access because it's not our fence. It's not the city's fence, so we need to have the fence removed to come into compliance. Okay.
I have one question. I think this will be for the city. Looking at section 1911, which provides that it is unlawful for any person to fence any publicly dedicated alley within the city, except as provided in Article 3. And Article 3 talks about a revocable permits. Is there any revocable permit that's been issued in this case? Okay. Other question for the city, based on everything I'm hearing, would a permit be issuable for this? Because the reason I ask is one of the violations is not having a building permit, but if you can't get a building permit and I understand the violation about blocking the alley with the fence, but you couldn't, from what I'm hearing is correct, you couldn't apply for that permit and get that permit to put in a fence to block off the alley.
He can attempt to, like, we would never discourage him from applying for a fence permit, but I'm not sure.
He would also need to apply for the permit as well.
Yeah, he need to apply for the revocable permit as well.
The violation for the building permit is because the fence was constructed without a permit.
Right.
Correct.
I understand, but my question is,
If I can show
well,
you.
the city answered my question.
Yeah, you
Do
can
have any
submit
quest-
application.
let me, Mr. Stockhair, do you have any questions for the city based on the questions that I just asked?
I'm not in question, no.
Okay.
It's just a statement. These are the, pictures.
Mr. Strohacker, please wait till you're back at the microphone so the record is clear.
All right, and Miss Bryant or Miss Lanahan, have you guys seen these photographs? Let me go ahead and let you take a look. There's for the record, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 by 10. They're about color photographs.
I have people who have been to the front. These expert.
So if I can explain those pictures
Yes,
real
sir.
quick.
Well, let me let them then take a look. I want, just like I let you look at these, I'm gonna let them look at those. Any objection to these being made part of the record? These, without objection, these photographs are part of the record for today's hearing. Yes, sir, you can
The
proceed.
first photograph I gave you shows the open area, which is sodded. That's the property in question. Those are not fences, those are 12-foot swing gates. Which will be
Okay.
open. All I could do is swing them. The city's been by there at least 3 times in the last 8 months. To go down there to do a transformers in the alley, had no problem getting through. Now they can't get through because of the entrance at the area of 14th and the alleyway.
Okay,
On the other end of the alleyway is totally blocked off with an 8-foot wood fence. So I don't know how I got kicked out of that one section of the city. After people behind me complained, and if you, in Senate Bill number 60 prohibits an anonymous complaint. So I'm trying to find out who started the original complaint. And I'm being told the city did, that's fine, and that's what it is. But those have been there, that type of fencing, as they call it, has been in that condition. And in fact, in 2021, I got cited because part of the fence came down and I replaced it. Inspector came out, said everything is fine, great, signed off on it. 2 years later, I'm cited for the same fence without anything different to it. So one inspector said it's okay, another one said it's not. So basically, if I'm gonna have to take the fence down and we're going back to the same problem I have now with people going back in the alleys and doing what they do because the alleys get 2 to 3 foot tall within about 6 months with the amount of rain we get down here in Florida at this time of season. I don't know what you're gonna do because it's getting to the point where no one wants, it's gonna deteriorate the values of property. And I'm only doing this to benefit the city who won't do their own work because they said they can't afford it at $1.5 million to cut the alleys.
okay, so I have 2 additional questions. Does the city code make a distinction between is a gate and a different kind of fence, or is without me looking at definitions on typically a gate is part of the fence?
It typically part of a fence and it's obstructing the alleyway. So regardless of what the material is made of, it's an obstruction of the alleyway. It's been closed off for the sole use and purpose by the property owner.
Yeah, I'm not persuaded by that fence versus gate distinction. I do have a question though. Does the city have any additional information about what happened in 2021 with the testimony about fence coming down and the city telling requiring it to be put back up, and then was that a code enforcement case? Was
Yes.
that were you cited?
Yes, I
Like,
was.
was there a case number?
Yes, there was.
You happen to know what that was?
Still on the record, I looked it up, and that's 2021, it was closed out. What happened, the fence got pulled with a bunch of weeds and stuff got around it from another person's property, and the fence gave way. I was told I had to fix it, so I repaired it. She came back, looked at it, said it's fine, signed off, and that was the end of it. That was in 2021. That's the same, one of the same section of fence we're talking about now.
Okay.
That sounds like a separate issue, Your Honor.
Well, it is on the one hand, but on the other hand, if the city cited the gentleman,
If a permit was issued in error, it does not beget continuing the error. This is city alleyway and it cannot be blocked.
well, so I'm not a fan of kicking cans down the road. However, I would like to see some more information on that 2021 case. So
That's an additional
the way we're doing this now, I mean, I won't be back up here for till September. I'm not gonna continue it that long. So either Mr. McGibbon or Mr. Wagner should be unhappy with, but I would like to know more about that 2021 case before I enter an order in this case.
Can I ask one other question?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you or the city, but does the city intend to cut the grass once I take the fences down?
Above my pay grade. I
figured.
have neither the knowledge to tell you nor the authority to direct anyone to.
Oh, I know that, but I'm just wondering because
I can't answer that
since
question.
1969, I know they haven't. I worked there too long.
You can certainly speak to Ms. Bryant or Mr. Currat or whoever the appropriate person would be about that offline. I don't have an answer for you. All right, well, Mr. Strohacker, I'm gonna continue this to the August 28th agenda. I would like to have that 2021 case pulled and have that available at that hearing to see what happened with that. Remember, there should be a file about,
If they don't go to hearing files on the.
so you don't have, so there's nothing, so there's no additional, okay. Well, if there's no additional information that can be brought to bear on that topic, then it doesn't make sense to continue the matter. So,
We don't keep hard file.
do the notes differ
The notes.
from what Mr. Strohacker testified about?
Ms. Simmons, please make sure you're using your mic for this part.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry. I thought it was on my apologies. It looks like there was a complaint that came in, fence falling into alleyway. Upon inspection, there is no access to an alleyway from the street at the property. I made contact with the owner, Roy. We walked to the back of his property. There was a small chain link fence leaning over a bit. He said he would be happy to repair it. Purple door hanger was given. The fence has been repaired, complied, and then the case was closed.
Well,
So no notice or anything.
and according to, I'm looking at the legislative history on section 1911, it was on the books at that time for sure, so. Whether or not that was an appropriate course of action back then is a debate for a different day. I think Ms. Lanahan is correct about that. I mean, the code that has been cited today is very clear to me that it is unlawful for any person to fence any alleyway within the city unless there's a revocable permit that has been issued. The evidence that I've been presented with from everybody is that there is, yes, it's to swing gates, but in my estimation, that qualifies as a fence, so that code section is being violated. And I don't, there's no reason to continue this for any further information. That's what we have. If what happened in 2021 was contrary to the city code, you know, I don't have an answer for you on that. It happened. But here we are today, so. Mr. Strawhacker, unless there's anything else you'd like to tell me, I'm prepared to enter my order on this case.
No, but on the state statute for abandonment, does that qualify?
Abandonment of,
Cities fail to maintain their property after 7 years, it becomes abandoned property.
you can't not, you did it, but I disagree with you that for public property, that is not the case. Privately owned property, there are issues and easements and all that sort of thing, but you can't, that doesn't apply to publicly owned property. The law is very clear on that. All right, well, here's what I'm gonna do in this case. I am gonna find proper notice. The respondent is present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony, I'm gonna find property remains in violation of City Code 1911. I'm gonna find the property is not in violation of 23.2-21, and based on the testimony that I've been provided with, has complied with City Codes 2-75.6.6 and 23.4-19. I will otherwise accept the city's recommendation for compliance September 3rd, 2025. After that, daily fine of $50 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. And I will award the administrative costs of $425.29, and I will make those due no later than September 3rd as well. So I don't know if that order be ready today or if you have to.
No, it's because that's clear. We didn't really do anything special, so.
Just a little bit today. All right, all the documents that were provided are part of the record, and I will sign that order. Thank you, sir.
We're gonna go to page.
All right. With it too. Okay.
Page 13 of the agenda, item 51, case number 25-1019, property address of 1031 North E Street. Property owner is Yanir Hernandez, Officer Domingo.
Yeah.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Liquid Beach, code compliance. Case number, owner's name and owner's address has already been read into the record. This case was initiated on April 30th, 2025 as a field observation, with existing violations being 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Liquid Beach business license, and 14-35. Please obtain an approved use and occupancy inspection. And 23.2-21, the property owner failed to secure a building permit for fence installed on the backside of the property. Violation 23.6-1 P, which is for tree abuse penalties. 23.6-1 M9, which is for the tree abuse. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 20th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered, posted at property and city hall on June 23rd, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has been made. This will be a bifurcated order. The city's recommendation time for compliance for violations 14-32, 14-35, and 23.2-21 is for August 29th, 2025, or pay fines of $75 per day after a city's recommendation time for compliance. Plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025. I will refer to planning and zoning for the recommendation for violations 23.6-1 M9 and 23.6-1 P.
Well, the good news is I understand the tree case.
We have quite a few.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Scott Rodriguez with Planning and Zoning. This is a single-family residential, no, I'm sorry, this is in mixed use east. This is for a tree abuse case for a hat rack tree. It's a 41-inch black olive. And again, this is a report that was submitted by a consultant arborist, and the consultant arborist is recommending removal and replacement of the tree.
Says it's beyond recovery.
Yes.
Look, again, we have the consulting article report. See. The photograph after it was cut. That's not coming back.
The penalty is per the code $16,400, and there's also a mitigation required. Staff is recommending 30 days to obtain permit to remove and replace.
Okay. And it was. Okay, anything else before I go to the respondent?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Yes, sir, go ahead and
Good morning, Your Honor. Jenny Contreras. It's okay. I have a few questions for the code officer.
by all means.
You say everything's in compliance with regards to all the violations with the exception of the fence permit and with the exception of the tree abuse?
That is correct. So 14-32 is pending. 14-35 is pending. 23.2-31. And then we got the tree, which is 23.6-1 P. And one moment. And 23.6-1 M9. So those are the pending ones.
Okay. Has a building permit have been applied for the fence?
Yes,
Okay, is that pending?
yes, that's currently in plan review.
But it has been applied for.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My question for Mr. Rodriguez, which we've gone back and forth and just to give you a synopsis from us, we actually hired a tree arborist as soon as we found out that apparently we tree hacked the tree. There has been several things that we've done. We've filed with the city. But my question to Scott is, what's your recommendation as far as extending while there's two arborists? Your arborist is saying that this is a black olive while our arborist is saying that it's a fig tree of some sort. Do you have that, Your Honor?
I have the Chen Moore porch indicating or identifying the tree as a black olive.
So we have a report from John Sutton. Do you have a copy of that by chance?
We don't have that.
It's okay.
I'll have that spot.
So I could show you my phone, Your Honor.
Why don't you go ahead and show the city first, and then I'll be.
Yes.
I emailed it to them and they've been really helpful. along the process,
And
Your
you
Honor.
have the Chen Moore report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So initially, when I spoke to Mr. Rodriguez, he had requested an additional 60 days to have their arborist, city arborist, come out and reassess the tree. The tree is hat-racked yet thriving. Somehow, both reports commute that there was some sort of termite disease that the tree has to come down regardless. You want to see this?
Yes,
It's one of those.
They're like,
Your Honor, we have no objection to submitting the arborist report, but the city doesn't currently have a record of the copy of that.
yeah, we'll need, I have no objection to making this part of the record, but you need to get it to.
To the city attorney, because I know that we've submitted it to the Mr. Rodriguez and Miss Greening, I believe.
Yeah, it's possible, Your Honor, and I just don't have it with me, so I have to look.
All right, well,
I have
I'll
no
let you guys
problem.
figure that out offline. This is a report from John Sutton, and it's dated July 12th of this year. 22 pages. That will be part of the record. You just figure out
I'll make sure to
how
get
to
it.
get it to whoever needs to get it.
The short story is the arborist that the homeowner hired states that this is a different type of tree. Both reports I represent to you, Your Honor, that state that there's some sort of termite fungal disease where the tree has to come down. At one point, John Sutton was a city arborist, and he has several reports apparently of this tree over the years where he's actually recommended that this tree be removed. The tree was not removed, has not been removed. The property owner acquired the property, did what I guess the previous owner had done, which was trim the tree. The tree is in a unique situation. It's creating a hazard for the sidewalk, and it's also creating a hazard for the house. It's literally in between the house and the sidewalk. Thereby, the city at one point, a few years ago, according to Mr. Sutton, grinded down the tree stumps and actually fixed the sidewalk. And then over the years, because it's hovering over the actual house, they've cut back the house. Or I'm sorry, they've cut back the tree. Again, the tree, if you look at it now, based on pictures, and do you have pictures of that, Mr. Domingo?
Yeah,
As of yesterday?
as of July 28th.
Can I see those, Your Honor, once you're done?
Let me pull up July 28th. Okay.
Your Honor, we'd be willing to schedule this for August 28th as well to give the arborist time to meet and finalize that tree, but
Thank you.
The removal permit should also be applied for in that time, so
We're okay with that.
to find the violation, to allow that 30 days on a status fine hearing on the 28th, similar to the other one.
Well, I think if we postpone, Your Honor, there's, since it is bifurcated, if we do postpone it, if you could look at actually, I'm looking at the tree now. May I approach, Your Honor?
Right. That's dated, yes. Let me ask you a question. Does it make a difference that there was some testimony about whether or not it's
The tree has to come down because there's the two arborists agree that there's some sort of termite fungal disease
I see the
where it's rotted in the middle and it needs to come down. It's a nuisance for the sidewalk for the public use, and it's a nuisance for the homeowner, especially in hurricane season. We have no issue requesting a permit from the city to take it down, and thereby I will get with Mr. Rodriguez as to replacing the tree.
There was some testimony early about whether or not it's actually a black olive. Does it matter?
I think it matters as far as the percentage and the actual tree defined by the city I think there's like a table that we are confined by.
That is correct.
There's a table that we're confined by, but our argument, Your Honor, is that we have an arborist report thereafter, but also an arborist report beforehand that this tree should have been taken down.
That's my question. Is there an arborist report that predates?
That's correct. Yes, there is.
First report in hand, and if they did, they would have taken the tree down with it and not needed a permit. The tree is still there. It was just trimmed in a way that caused abuse to the tree, and it requires a penalty. If they have an arborist report now and want to take the tree down that meets the statutory requirement, that's a different story. We're here for the tree abuse, which is not, in this case, a removal of a tree.
I would argue that, Your Honor, that this is the first part that he did without a permit as to removing the tree limbs of the tree, eventually thereby, in the process of taking it down, he was stopped and given violation.
If there are arborist reports that predate the work done on the tree, and if everybody's agreeing that the tree needs to come down, and because it's diseased or termite ridden, I would like to see all that. So, how bifurcated can we make this? I mean, I don't see any reason to.
I don't see why we can't come into.
delay the code sections that don't have anything to do with the tree, and I have no problem with setting an August 29th compliance date. Daily fines on those, but then I would reserve ruling on the tree abuse case numbers until we I want to see all those arborists.
I respectfully request, I think we've gone back and forth with this building permit as to a fence. There was something that needed to be recorded, Your Honor. And there's something else that we just had to apply for, that I believe that we should get to, Mr. Rodriguez today, from the zoning to satisfy that to actually have a permit for the fence.
Yeah.
I know and I feel that we could be into compliance before next hearing. With regards to the fence.
Before the August 29th.
Yes, sir. And we'll apply regardless of the fact the tree has to be removed, so we can apply for a permit for the tree, the tree removal at that time. Before that time, so August 28th is.
And then I just want to understand, are the code sections regarding the tree, are those going to hold up the business license and use an occupancy certificate? So we really can't. The tree issue has to be resolved before the others can be resolved. Beg your pardon?
Krista Simmons compliance, the building permit, then we can do a date, because that's not held up by the trees. But the 32 and 35 would be.
All
You
right,
could do
well,
30 days to obtain permits for the building permit and the tree removal, and then you could do, again, find assessment, hearing, status check on the 28th.
well, I'll be honest, I'm not prepared to make a finding on the tree. I'm not. I'm of a mind to continue that to August 29th, and I want to see all those arborist reports, the ones that aren't here, and especially the ones that predate the work that was done on the tree. The application for the fence permit is in process.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm just gonna continue this whole thing to August 29th, I think, but I would like to see that building permit done by then. I think, you know, I'm not entering an order to that effect, but I would hope and encourage that as a showing of good faith that is done before we're back here. And then we'll deal with the other stuff at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Okay, so ordered. Thank you all.
Just to be clear, Your Honor, the date would be August 28th for the hearing? So we would be into compliance by August 27th.
That would be what I would like to see, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, let me figure out where we're going.
Uh-oh.
My apologies for stepping forward.
Can somebody run out? She left my phone. Figure that out pretty quick. I think.
Okay, we're gonna go to page 7 of the agenda, item number 30, case number 25-718, property address of 1530 North M Street. Property owner is Joanna and Charles Linowitz, Officer Correct.
But my apologies for stepping forward. I do, I did request if I can be called a little earlier because I had something time sensitive in Miami. Mine are very quick. It's by agreement. If I may be called, sir. My apologies, ma'am. I know that mine would be very, very fast. Is that okay? I'm sorry, city attorney.
Is that something they need to get? Everybody has something to be.
I understand. I'm an officer of the court saying I have to run back to Miami for a hearing. I'm just requesting some courtesy. My
All right, what do you
apologies.
got?
It's
Let's
by
bang
agreement.
it out, Will.
Orlando Correct, City
No.
Lake.
Hang on.
Switching things up. You can sit down.
But don't go.
Okay,
I think ours is complied, so that one should be off calendar. I'll just read it. It's 11.
No, hang on. Just tell me what case number. Tell me what cases.
My apologies.
We're gonna go to page 22 of the agenda. Item number 80, case number 25-1110, property address of 1302 Crest Drive. Property owner is FKH SFR Propco B Holding LP, Supervisor Hicks.
Bob Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach, case number, owner's name and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on May 14, 2025. Active violations are 14-32. Please apply and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license. 14-35. Please contact Code Division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on May 15th of 2025. Certified mail delivered to P.O. Box on May 19th of 2025. Posted property in City Hall on May 16th of 2025. Last reinspection of the property was July 28th of 2025. Photographs have been taken showing the violations. I did have personal contact with the property management company. City's recommendation time for compliance is September 2nd of 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Good morning, Kevin Diaz on behalf of the property owner. Yes, we're in agreement with that timeline.
So ordered. I do find proper notice and I find the violations as cited, as stated by the city to be in effect.
Okay, item 81, case number 25-1111, property address of 609 Snowden Drive. Property owner is FKH SFR Propco B HLD LP, Officer Hicks.
Bobby Hicks, City of Lake Worth Beach. Case number, owner's name and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on May 14th of 2025. Active violations are 12-18 to remove all garbage, trash, and debris from property. 14-32 to apply and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license. 14-35 to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection. Inspection 63766 was disapproved during the inspection. All the violations are added to the case. All of the violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation here was issued via certified mail on May 15th of 2025. Certified mail was delivered on May 19th of 2025. Posted at property in City Hall on May 16th of 2025. Property was last re-inspected on May 28th of 2025. Photographs have been taken showing the violations. I did have personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time is September 2nd, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost to be paid of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Good morning, Kevin Diaz. Yes, we're in agreement with that timeline.
So ordered. I find proper notice, find the property remains in violation as stated by the city, and I accept the recommendations.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My apologies again.
No worries. All right.
Okay, back to page 7, item 30, case number 25-718, property address of 1530 North M Street, property owners Joanna and Charles Linowitz, officer correct.
Officer Orlando Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on March 19th, 2025 as a citizen complaint. Existing violations are 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Charles Leonowitz and Joanna Leonowitz. 14-35, please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owners Charles Leonowitz and Joanna Leonowitz. Use and occupancy inspection was completed on July 28th, 2025 and failed due to garbage, trash, debris on property, hat rack tree on property, no permit for brick pavers. 12-18, please remove all trash and debris from the property perimeter. 23.2-21, property owner failed to secure a building permit for brick pavers. 23.6-1M9, tree abuse is prohibited. 23.6-1, penalties for tree abuse and removal without a permit. All of the violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 9th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on June 27th, 2025. Posted at property in City Hall on June 10th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. This will be a bifurcated order. The city's recommendation time for compliance is September 2nd, 2025, or fines of $75 per day for violations 14-32, 14-35, 12-18, 23.2-21, and I am going to refer to planning and zoning for their recommendation for violations 23.6-1M9 and 23.6-1, plus the administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 25.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Scott Rodriguez with Planning and Zoning. This is the property's in a single family residential zoning district. The violation is for tree abuse of a hat rack mango tree, 32-inch. The penalty for the hat rack tree was $12,400 and required mitigation. Staff is recommending 30 days to obtain permit to remove and replace. That was a recommendation by the consultant arborist.
So 30 days to obtain the tree removal permit.
Correct.
Okay. And then also assessment of the $12,400 fine. That's based on the size of the tree. Okay, anything else from the city? All right, yes, sir. Go ahead and put your name and address into the record, and then I'll be happy to hear from you.
Hi, I'm Charles Leonowitz. I'm here for 1530 North M Street. Yeah, my wife couldn't join us today, so she's not here. I do have some
Okay,
documentation.
go ahead and show.
Sorry, I don't have binders, but
I wasn't giving out extra credit for binders. Thank you.
so I just wanted to provide a cover page to highlight what's transpired to date, and then
Yeah.
remediation and proposal or options. So yeah, I think Mr. Corrett and hopefully Mr. Rodriguez would also attest that I've been working diligently with them and cooperating. I take the matter as serious as the city does. As Mr. Corrett already identified, the miscellaneous violations regarding debris on property have been mitigated. Really focusing on the tree now due to the significance of the situation and the fine. So yeah, regarding the tree abuse, you know, the abuse or the cutting of the tree took place without any communication or of my knowledge or of my approval. The tenant claims the neighbor requested or hired a tree company to do the cutting. The neighbor says the tenant did this. So I'm kind of in the middle with fingers pointing both ways, but I just wanted to make it known. And I've talked to Mr. Currat and Mr. Rodriguez about it, that I didn't authorize this. I didn't want it to happen. So mistakes were made.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course, the subject of the matter is this mango tree. It had become a nuisance according to the neighbor and tenant, with overgrowing both the property and the adjacent property, which is a business. Rita Romano is the neighbor. Fruit was falling on cars in her parking lot, causing damage. So it had become a nuisance and a hazard to the tenants and neighbors. And like I said, they acted without informing or requesting support from me, unfortunately. And while it's not a protected tree by the state of state of Florida, I'm from Michigan. You know, I take the matter seriously. You know, it's a blight. It doesn't look nice. It's unattractive. So I want to work with the city in partnership and take care of this. So my remediation proposal, like I said, several options, but immediate compliance, apply for a permit to remove the tree, since it's an eyesore, and take that off the property, to at least improve visually curb appeal. And then I agree, in line with the city's arborist report, to look at replacing the tree.
Okay.
Due to the size of the tree and the size of the lot, the number of trees necessary to meet that diameter is probably 5 to 6 trees. And I'm concerned a little bit about the density of plant material on the property.
Okay.
So while I do want to comply and work with the city, plant new trees, I just want to do it in a manner that makes sense. Of course, doing so would require some re-landscaping to make room for new specimens. I've been working with an arborist and landscaper to come up with a plan that's attached to the document I gave you. Looking to put more desirable specimens native to Florida, gumbo limbo, silver buttonwood, something a little bit more desirable and native, versus the mango that was affected. Asking for 90 days for a longer term plan, at least, to be established, but immediate remediation within 30 days by removing the tree via permit application. And then just due to financial hardship, about the same time I received this notice, I was also informed of my termination with my company of 23 years. So due to downsizing, I was given notice that I would be out of a job as of April 1st. So I was notified about the same time I received this notice. So some financial hardship due to that, and due to the cost to mitigate the situation by removing the tree, sorting out the landscaping and irrigation so that the new trees can thrive. And then, of course, procuring new trees and having them planted comes at a pretty high cost. And, you know, we're talking about a mango tree, and I have another financial risk there of $12,400 due to the code that now you are familiar with, that I learned about only after this came up.
Okay.
So requesting that we remove the tree at a minimum. Coming up with a plan. The plan I have here is a draft plan. But coming up with a plan that's makes sense for the property. And also, you know, replenishes the tree species and canopy. And that we discuss and agree on reduction of the fines or penalties so that I can afford to do this.
Your Honor.
Okay. Yes.
So the city would be willing to make the September 2nd date, the date of compliance for all the violations, including to obtain that tree permit.
Okay.
And is willing to give till January 15th, 2026 to pay the penalty for the tree abuse. And of course, you know, once as part of the permit application, staff will work with the property owner regarding the required mitigation and replanting.
That was gonna be my
and the
question.
landscape plan and all of those things. That's all part of the permit process.
That was gonna be my first question.
And once the permit's issued, then there's time to comply with the permit requirements. So
So the permitting, the tree removal permit process will include, all right, we get rid of the old tree and then what are we gonna do? And all the things that were just discussed in terms of what the replacement trees are, how big they are, what species they are, where they go, how many you have to have, all of that will be dealt with. All of those issues will be handled through the permit that's applied for within the next 30 days. And then, so I understand what you said about the January payment date. What about, does that permit process have a time frame as well, or how, so once that permit's issued, how does the process proceed in terms of actually
So
doing
that
all
tree,
the things that we're
sorry, that tree removal permit would be in line with the 180 days, similar to a building, normal building permit.
So pretty much the next 6 months is
Yes.
when all this would
Yeah,
happen
yeah,
and
time to install.
should be concluded by that January date. All right, Mr. Lennox, does that answer your questions?
Well, yeah, well, just to clarify, so we're saying 30 days for the removal permit only. And then a 6-month period to come up with.
Actually, I think that Ms. Lanahan indicated even in September 2nd would be the date that the city would be looking for compliance in terms of getting that permit issued and
that's correct. And having the plan for the replanting and mitigation and all those things is part of the permit.
Oh, okay, so the
But
6-month
but
period,
accomplishing the
Oh.
work, you have 6 months after you receive the permit.
okay.
so the way I'm hearing this, September 2nd would be the deadline to have the permit to apply for the permit. Permit will get issued. You have 6 months once you have my permit,
Yeah,
and you have 6 months to actually get the work done.
Right.
Which means removing the old tree and meeting with city staff and coming up with here's the number of trees that have to be reinstalled, here's where they go, here's.
That plan will be part of the permit, but the plan, purchasing the replantings and getting them installed is the 6 months.
And then whatever that January date was, that would also apply for the payment of the penalty that the code requires.
Correct. We wouldn't put a date on getting the work done under the permit because that's covered under the permit. We're just looking for the September
Right.
2nd to obtain.
Right, and that the order would simply be September 2nd to comply with all the outstanding violations, including getting the tree removal permit. All right, so I'm clear, is it applying, having the complete application submitted, or is it?
I'll speak on that.
Okay,
Yolanda Bryant, City of Lake Worth Beach. So just to be clear, it's not just applying for the permit. You have to have the permit approved and issued by the September 2nd date. Says September 2nd. Once it's approved and issued, per statute, you have 180 days from that date to complete the process, with a few exceptions, with inspections and stuff, you have a few exceptions. But you have 180 days to complete the process. So it does not just have to be applied for, it has to be approved and issued by the
Okay.
September 2nd date, all right?
Just a quick question. I mean, I've been sitting here all morning. I know there have been a couple other tree issues. There was a lady with a vacant lot that had several trees, and I thought the agreement there was just to apply within the 30 days. There was never, I mean, I didn't hear that it had to be approved.
Approved. Did you want it?
I mean, I just want to make sure, I want to be able to comply, and I don't know, you know, how long the process takes or.
So I actually, let me ask this question. Does this, I know that case was of, that case was its own case, but that had a status, we're bringing that one back. Does this require a status hearing? So I didn't feel like it did either, so. So just
asking the question.
They're coming back on August 28th and then.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I don't think you need to come back here.
No. But
from a staff perspective, the September 2nd date is time to get a tree removal permit issued. It, you know, of course, it's a matter of the, you know, plans and information that the applicant brings forward.
I mean, it looks to me like you've been very proactive already.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean.
I would be surprised. Let me ask the city, based on what you've seen that was presented in the record this morning. And assuming there's good faith effort on getting this through the process, should there be any based on what you see today? I understand unforeseen things can happen, but
Probably
September 2nd should be sufficient time.
I think so. If we work with Mr. Leonowitz right away, the plan that he submitted appears to be, we just make a couple changes, a couple recommendations, to make more information. This is the type of thing that we would review as a permit.
Yeah.
We would stamp it, prove it, and then have it issued. So my turnaround time on this is very long. Plus, it's a code violation. We, you know, I pay more attention to these a little closer.
And based on what I've seen this morning, I feel comfortable that September 2nd is going to be plenty of time for you, assuming there's good faith forward progress on your part. Make this a priority, get the application submitted. I would be surprised that September 2nd isn't.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify, because I heard submitting a permit earlier and then getting it processed. The only other thing that I mentioned earlier and it is kind of outlined in the plan there, is that, like I said, due to the size of the lot, to achieve the number of trees to match the mango diameter, you're going to be putting a lot of trees, maybe too many trees.
And I'm not an arborist. I would
This is part of the permit, and the magistrate doesn't have authority over that.
I would assume that the people who know about that sort of thing will. I would assume they're not going to require the lot to be overpopulated. That nobody wants this to be set up for failure. So
Right, and so that's all I'm asking for, is that we're under the same understanding, partnership to do this right. I'm here to make it right. And that's where I was concerned, like if there's discrepancies or not agreement about the plan, that the 30 days could be eaten up quickly. But
I will tell you this, if that gets to be it looks like is going to be a problem, ask to come back and ask for more time. I mean, and for me, if I see that somebody has done everything within their power to comply and forces beyond their control or preventing that, I'm always happy to listen to a request for additional time. But I truly don't think it's going to be necessary based on what I'm hearing and what I've seen you've already done.
yeah, no, I've been trying to be proactive with this, sir. And then the other matter, I did ask respectfully due to the expense of mitigating the situation and making it right, that the fines are reduced or if possible removed.
So in terms of that penalty, that is city code. I don't have discretion on that.
Okay.
It's not. It doesn't say it's up to me.
I mean-
that is a code provision. I don't have authority to
Yeah.
waive that. I can give you time. I'm inclined to put it at the 6 months. And again, if you get to the end of the year and it's going to be a problem, ask for an opportunity to come back and ask for more time.
Yeah. And the only reason I'm requesting, again, respectfully, is, Scott and I met. I mean, I've met with Mr. Curette several times, Scott formally once and then informally a few times, along with his colleague Annie. And in that meeting, Scott, you suggested that the magistrate, I made the same request to him. He said, I don't have the authority, but the magistrate can make that decision.
As I read the code, I don't see that I have jurisdiction.
He's not incorrect, but I also indicated that staff wouldn't support that.
That what?
That staff would not support that.
Oh.
Per the
No,
code.
Yeah.
There is an appeal process that is established in the code that Mr. Leonowitz can pursue, and we can discuss that at if we meet again to talk about your treatment permit.
Yeah.
That's fine, but as I read the code, I don't have authority to change
Yeah.
that number.
No, I just was,
No.
I came in here with a
Of course.
different
Yeah.
understanding. Yeah, I guess the only, if considering that, so you offered that maybe I could ask for more time regarding the fine. They proposed 6 months. Were you saying another 6 months?
What I'm saying is I am of a mind based on what I've heard today to set compliance for September 2nd. Which means having the permit issued and having the other items, the other non-tree issues resolved by September 2nd. What I'm saying is that then you will be in the permitting and process.
Mhm.
You get down and you're, 5.5 months into it or whatever. And it's pretty clear that you're not going to hit the 6-month compliance deadline
For payment.
or anything. I mean, I'll tell lots of people this, despite your best efforts, you're not going to hit that 6-month deadline. Ask for an opportunity to request an extension of time.
Okay.
And I will consider that at the appropriate time. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I do have another question.
Sure.
Due to these violations, especially the tree abuse, which is taking a lot of time, Mr. Curette could not do a use and occupancy inspection. Are we saying that use and occupancy would be postponed for 6 months, or will getting the permit for tree removal and having a plan in place close the violations so that the use and occupancy can move forward and be completed?
Once the permit is obtained, so paid for and issued, approved and issued, then that resolves the violation, so you're able to move forward with your use and occupancy inspection.
All right. Thank you very much.
Just to be clear, it would be your date for compliance on everything is September 2nd. The only thing that will extend to January is under this code case would be the payment.
Paying the
The
penalty.
mitigation, right? Or I'm sorry, the penalty.
Okay. Anything else from anybody on this one? All right, then, city has proper notice, respondent is present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited, except that compliance has been achieved with city codes 2-75.6.2, 23.4-19, and 23.4-4. Is that I or L? I can't tell. The visibility triangle issue. I will set compliance for the outstanding violations as September 2nd, 2025. Compliance is not achieved by that date. Daily fines of $75 per day are assessed.
Compliance includes obtaining a tree removal permit.
Yeah, so for the tree abuse and land and for the tree related violations, that includes obtaining the permit, the tree removal permit, and then we will set the deadline to pay the code required penalty of $12,400 for, tell me the date, January
15th,
2026. Okay, and I will sign it. All right, thank you all very much. Good luck.
We're gonna go to page 13 of the agenda, item number 50, case number 25-936, property address of 1739 12th Court North. Property owner is Carlos M. Menendez and Isabel Moret, Officer Domingo. No, there's no response on this, but it's speaking.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. This case was initiated on April 17th, 2025 as a complaint. With existing violations being 23.2-21, the property owner failed to secure a building permit for an extension of the driveway. And 23.6-1 P, which is the tree abuse penalties. 23.6-1 M9, which is for the tree abuse. All other violations have been complied. Issued courtesy of notice for violation was on April 21st, 2025. And property re-inspected on May 7th, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 14th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered, posted at Property and City Hall on May 14th, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has been made. This will be a bifurcated order. The city's recommendation time for compliance for violations 23.2-21 is for August 29th, 2025, or pay $50 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025. I will refer to planning and zoning for their recommendation for violations 23.6-1 M9 and 23.6-1 P.
Before we go to that, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the building permit. Was this like the driveway extension on the side?
Yes.
That was done without a permit?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, oh, sorry, good morning. Feel like I've been here through the afternoon. This is a single family residential and it is a tree abuse case for improper pruning of a Indian laurel fig, 65-inch. And due to that pruning, it caused, per the Chenmore consultant arborist report, it caused some decay, and the arborist is recommending removal and replacement. And the penalty is $26,000, and required mitigation would be for replacement of that. Staff is asking for compliance by August 29th to obtain the permit and obtain and have the permit approved and issued. And we'd also like to recommend January 15th to pay the penalty.
How do you replace a tree like that? This is massive, and it was beautiful. How do you replace it? You can't really, right? I mean, Okay. And is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Anything else from the city? Okay, respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation of City Code 23.2-21 regarding the building permit for the driveway extension, as well as 23.6-1 M9 and P regarding the tree abuse and penalty provisions. I will accept all the recommendations of the city and grant all the relief requested.
Page 20, item 75, case number 25-733, property address of 124 South H Street. Property owner is 124 South H Street LLC. Officer Dorcius.
Greetings, Code Officer Federline Dorcius, with City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, case number, and address been read to the record. Property location 124 South H Street. This case was initiated as an internal complaint on March 20th, 2025. Existing violations 14-32 business license. Owner 124 South H Street LLC Incorporated applied for license application number 25-71731 on April 15, 2025. License application has not been approved yet by Planning and Zoning. 14-35, use and occupancy inspection. 2.75, 6.2, general requirements. The owner will cite to please repair the damaged gutters everywhere needed, to please repair exterior glass panels that are currently off the track. Permit application number 25-1660 was submitted on June 13, 2025 for exterior improvements, new windows, doors, and parking. On July 2nd, 2025, the permit application 25-1660 was disapproved by the building division. On July 1st, 2025, the permit application landscaping was disapproved. On June 24th, 2025, permit application for the mechanical port was disapproved. On July 9th, 2025, permit application was disapproved again by Planning and Zoning. 23.4-74, parking lot striping and arrows and striping. The owner will cite to please renew faded parking lot stripes everywhere needed. Once permit application number 25-1660 has been approved, that will also comply to violation for the parking lot striping. 23.6-1, landscape regulations. The owner will cite to please eliminate bare dirt area in front of their property and by installing approved living ground cover. Once permit application number 25-1660 has been approved, that too will comply to landscape violation. All the violations have been complied or resolved at this time. Formal notice of violation was issued via certified mail on June 20, 2025. Certified mail was not received. The property in City Hall was posted on June 23rd, 2025. This case was administratively postponed from June 26, 2025 to July 31st, 2025. The property last reinspection date was July 25th, 2025 and July 29th of 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property has been taken showing the violations. The city had personal contact with the owner via phone and email. The city's recommendation time is for the owner to have the damaged gutters, obtain approval for permit application 25-1660. Also to obtain an active business license and pass the use and occupancy inspection by October 29, 2025, or pay a daily fine of $100 per day, plus administration costs of $425.29 to be paid by October 29, 2025.
So pretty much all that's left is the gutter and the windows, and that'll clear the way for the business license and UNO to get approved. Is that?
Well, first they have to get the permit application approved, and once
Right.
that permit application approved, planning and zoning then will approve their business license portion. Then they can move forward with a scheduling their use and occupancy inspection once they're ready for the inspection.
But in terms of physical problems on the property, it's the gutter and.
Yes, that's not covered by the permit.
Right. Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Michael Sanchez. I represent the relatively new property owner. The property owner just purchased the property in March of this year.
Okay.
We met with the city before that, a pre-application meeting. The owner has obtained approval of a site plan application administrative use to completely remodel the entire site. We're going to do new parking along the front, new landscaping, parking and landscaping along the back, new windows, new doors, and some interior work as well. So we've been pursuing those as quickly as possible. We got the notice of violation in April. We submitted the site plan application also in April, just obtained approval of that in July. We submitted the building permit application for all of the improvements, which will fix everything. On May 19th, we've been through a few sufficiency rounds. The application was accepted in June. We still haven't gotten through the first round of review. I'm ready to resubmit. So we agree with the everything that staff indicated, but we're not going to be done with the improvements by the October date. So we're basically 1st of August today. We anticipate hopefully to get the permit sometime in August, and we probably need 90 days. It's a pretty substantial work. We're putting in new doors, storefronts, windows. I have the plans here if you'd like to see them.
So you're asking like through.
So let's say we.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Don't want to cut you off,
Yep.
but I want to clarify that because the violations are related to permits that need to be issued. Once the permits are approved and issued, that resolves the violations and you can move forward with your use and occupancy.
So you're out of code enforcement once you have your permits.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have my permits by then for sure.
And you should have that by October 29th. So getting.
Yes. Oh, for sure. But I just want to clarify because we will not be able to get, I believe, the business tax license, as I call it, until the improvements are done and we're moved in and the furniture's in. No? Okay. Okay. We're good then. Yeah. So long as we're diligently, we want to get this thing done. The owner's all over me to get this permit issued and get this done. So we're pursuing as quickly as possible. If all I need is my permit by then, we're good.
Did you need to put anything?
Oh, thank you so much.
We'll walk through the process, but you're good.
Okay, good.
Okay,
All right.
good.
Good to
Then,
go.
okay, so I will find proper notice. I will find that property remains in violation of city codes 1432, 1435, and 2-75.6.2, but has complied with all other code sections that were cited in the original notice. We'll set October 29th, 2025 as the compliance date. After that, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. The city's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded and also due no later than October 29th.
We have a slight correction. They're still in violation of 14-32, business license, 14-35, using occupancy inspection,
Right.
2-756.2, general requirements,
Right.
23.4-74, parking lot arrows and stripes, and 23.6-1, landscape regulations.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said that.
The permit will cover majority of the violations, but permit hasn't been issued yet, so therefore they're still active.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your testimony then, but so the permits will bring those into compliance as well. Okay. So is everybody clear on that? Okay. All right,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Page 15, item 61, case number 25-457, property address of 201 South East Coast Street. Property owner is Gel LLC, Officer Dorcius.
Before I get started, I just want to put it on record that the city does not have a designation agent form.
I have that with me.
The one that can
It's on the, I didn't have it, I couldn't get it printed. I have it on the computer.
email it to me.
Email it to you?
All right. With that being said, Code Officer Federline Dorcius with City of Lake Forest Beach Code Division, owner's name, case number, and address are being read to the record. Property location 201 South East Coast Street. And this case was initiated as an internal license complaint on February 25th, 2025. Existing violations, 14-32, business license for the owner Gel LLC and tenant Padron Incorporated. 14-35, use and occupancy inspection for owner Gel LLC and Padron Incorporated. The owner Gel LLC failed inspection number 58316 on April 17, 2025 for the following violations. Number one, to please renew expired business license for Gel LLC. License application expired on September 30th, 2023. Number two, please have tenant Excel Tile Incorporated obtain an active business license. Their license was voided on July 19th, 2022. On June 25th, 2025, tenant Excel applied for a business license application number 25-72108. The license application was approved by planning and zoning on June 27th, 2025. At this current time, the license is pending its use and occupancy inspection. Number three, please have tenant Padron Incorporated obtain an approved business license. Their license application has been inactive since June 7, 2017. Tenant Padron Floor and Design applied for a business license application number 26-72232 on July 17, 2025. That license application was disapproved by planning and zoning on June 28, 2025. Per the notes on the license disapproval, the tenant was supposed to contact planning and zoning for a pre-application meeting. Violation number 4, please remove vegetation from gutters, which was complied on June 25th, 2025 from a reinspection that was conducted from the public right of way. Number 5, please obtain approved permits for the mini AC splits on building B1. Number 6, please remove all trash and debris observed near building B1 and B2. Number 7, please remove graffiti everywhere observed to include graffiti on electrical boxes inside the warehouse and exterior of the exterior warehouse near tenant Excel. Number 8, please reconnect the PVC pipe on building B2. Number 9, please remove outdoor storage or contact planning and zoning. Tenant was given a number to update business license to include outdoor storage. Number 10, please remove loose metal rails on building B2 near 401 South East Coast Street. Number 11, please renew all expired fire extinguishers everywhere needed. That violation was complied on April 23rd, 2025 with use and occupancy inspection number 63714. Number 12, please hang off fire extinguishers observed on the ground. That violation as well was complied on April 23rd, 2025 with use and occupancy inspection number 63714. Number 13, please repair chain link fence that is currently being propped up. Number 14, please repair chain link fence top rail bar. The owner was also told to please not to replace the chain link fence without properly contacting planning and zoning. Number 15, please repair all exit lights that are currently not lit. That violation was complied on April 23rd, 2025 with the use and occupancy inspection number 63714. Number 16, please repair missing metal fascia. The owner was also told to contact the building department to inquire if any permits are needed. Number 17, please pull permits for storage containers. Number 18, please repair inoperable gutters or remove. Number 19, please replace all missing covers for all exterior outlets. All covers shall be weatherproof. That violation was complied on April 23rd, 2025 with use and occupancy inspection number 63714. Number 20, please secure all loose electrical conduits everywhere observed, which was complied on April 23rd, 2025 with the use and occupancy inspection number 63714. The owner was cited number 21, please cut or trim or replace damaged ceiling installation. Violation number 22, please replace missing blanks inside electrical box inside of B1, which was complied on April 23rd, 2025. Number 23, please pressure wash dirt buildup near receiving area near building B2. Number 24, please clean restroom inside of building B1. Number 25, please clean kitchen break room sink. Number 26, please repair all interior lights that are currently out in tenant Excel's area. Number 27, 27, second floor on building B1 is currently vacant and is not a workable area. All other violations outside of that has been complied. Formal notice of violation was issued via certified mail on April 23rd, 2025. Certified mail was not received. The certified mail was received on April 26, 2025. The property was posted on April 24th, 2025, and so was City Hall. This case was administratively postponed from April 24th, 2025 until July 31st, 2025. The last reinspection date was on July 25th, 2025. The property is found not to be in compliance. Photographs was taken to show the violations. The city had personal contact with the property owner. The recommendation, the owner has until September 3rd, 2025 to submit an application for a conditional use permit with planning and zoning or pay a fine of $100 per day. Recommendation for October 29th is that once the application has been received by planning and zoning, the owner has until October 29th to obtain a conditional use permit and process the application with planning and zoning or pay a fine of $100 per day. That includes passing the business license for the owner and all tenants and the use and occupancy inspection, plus administration costs of $425.29 made payable by October 29th, 2025, or pay a fine of $100 per day.
Is that it? Yes, sir.
It's a big property. So I just want to point out that I'm good with that timeline. Oh, I'm Daniel Padron,
Thanks.
201 Southeast Coast Street. So yeah, everything, the only thing that hasn't been done yet is, so there were 12 storage containers. I did my best to try to get the permit we'll look into the process of getting the permit for them. It's going to be a very long and involved process. So in order to comply as soon as possible, I decided to remove them, right? So we had 12, 10 have been removed. I have just 2 left. And I have emptied them though, so they're ready to be moved, and they should be gone in the next few days.
Okay.
The other thing is the mini split permit. I'm having trouble getting an AC guy out there for a small job in the middle of summer. I also don't want to just remove it. My employees are there. It's really, really hot out there. If I have to, I could maybe switch to a window unit if you don't want to allow me more time, but it sounds like I have more time to get that done. So I think I can get that done and by the September date. Other than that, I brought pictures of everything else we did. All the roof, fascias have been done. All the graffiti, all the everything. I have pictures if you want to see it. But
And that's fine. And the city will still need to go out and inspect.
Exactly,
and
yeah.
Put their eyes on it.
Yeah.
But you still have to contact planning and zoning because the license
Oh, right.
application wasn't approved by.
that I have an appointment with them at 3:00 today
Okay.
to figure that out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then it sounds like we're in alignment on how to proceed with this.
Yeah.
All right, then let's see. City has proper notice, respondent is present. I will make a finding based on the testimony and the evidence. The property has complied with City Code 2-75.6.2, but remains in violation of 1432 and 1435 for the items that were enumerated in the city's presentation, and I will grant all the relief requested by the city in terms of the compliance dates, daily fines, and administrative costs.
So I have until September 3rd.
September 3rd, and then October 29th for the conditional use permit.
So you have to apply for it by September 3rd, but then obtain it,
But yeah.
obtain it and it be approved and pass your use and occupancy.
Right.
Right.
Right. Okay. And no fines until then.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Find the next one. Page 9, item 38, case number 25-821, property address of 1426 Barton Road. Property owner is Gardy M. Seneval and Wilson Seneval, officer correct?
Orlando Correct with the City of Lake Forest Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on April 2nd, 2025 as a field observation. Existing violations are 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Forest Beach business license for owner Gardy Seneval and Wilson Seneval. 14-35, please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Ligardi Seneval and Wilson Seneval. Use and occupancy inspection completed on July 24th, 2025, and failed due to no permits on file for all mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and building installations. Owner has submitted a request for permit on July 24th, 2025, and was denied due to additional information needed. 2-75.6.2, please process permit number 24-1144 by contacting the building division. 23.2-21, apply for, obtain, and pick up permits for all mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and building installation. All of the violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 21st, 2025. Certified mail was returned to sender, posted at Property and City Hall on May 22nd, 25. Last reinspection was on July 24th, 2025. Photographs for the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is September 3rd, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by September 3rd, 2025.
So the building permits is the only thing left to deal with in terms of getting the business license and use and occupancy.
And use and occupancy, yes, sir.
Okay.
And processing a permit.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, good morning, Honor. I'm Wilson Seneval, legally Seneval. The address is
Get
1426.
a little closer to the microphone so I can hear you.
I'm Wilson Seneval with my wife, legally Seneval. The address 1426 Baton Rouge. When we got the notice of violation about the building inspection, the building permit, I talked to the inspector, to the code enforcement about the permit. So which is we just built the addition and it was permitted. And then in a couple of months we built a wall and then to separate it, we didn't know. So that's gonna be an issue. So I applied for the permit. I didn't know I have to do the electrical permit, plumbing permit, which is the building is new. So they just told me apply for the permit because of the wall. So since the building is new, the plan is at the city, and a couple of weeks later we closed the permit. I did not know I need the electrical and stuff because it's new, just for the wall.
Okay, so now we know.
I'd like to bring up the building
Do
department.
you need to hear from the building department?
Please.
Charlie Sturtevant, Building Department. The issue really lies on, they applied for a addition to the home. And they were gonna make 2 apartments. When they renovated it, they made 4. And on the plans here, they've been stamped that they have to remove the kitchens in the addition, one of the kitchens, and open a wall to make it 1 apartment.
Okay.
Would you like to look at the plans? And they're also stamped by zoning, where zoning has also stated that there can only be out of the entire property 2 apartments,
Okay.
2 living units.
Sure. Have you folks seen these? You've seen these? Okay. Okay. All right. Are these in the record?
Well, they're in the property file.
Okay. Okay, so all those mechanical, plumbing, electrical still have to be applied for, or they've been,
There's no permits in the system for that.
okay,
So they haven't been applied.
okay. And the city's looking for September 3rd as the date to have those permits issued. Is that right?
Yes.
applied.
Yeah.
Yeah, apply for it.
You have
Yeah,
applied for them?
Yes,
Yeah.
we have applied for them and they had they had asked additional proof from the contractor. So I did go ahead and email the contractor licensing, everything that they have.
We have to
applied
do
for.
the sub permit as well. But,
Okay.
um, can I say something?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Since it shows the record, like I bought the property in 2020. When I buy the property, I went to the city. I said, I want to buy the property. So since in the community, I say like duplex, triplex, fourplex, sixplex. And then they say, well, before you have to present a sketch. Here's my sketch. I paid $3,000. And then there's a lady working at the city. She's an Alexi. And then they say, yeah, you could go up to 30 feet. And oh, sure, it's about $2.5 million project. They say, yes. And I purchased the property, which is the city. I don't know that Alexi, I don't know her name, but it's in my record. I got the email. And then I purchased the property because they told me I could do like, the sketch it shows, I think about 12 plates. They say I could do it. And then I don't know if you want to see it. So it's in my record.
Show the bunch of the building.
So that time, Alexi was working at the property. I don't remember her name, but I got the email. And then so when I closed, they say no, you can do it due to the code change, municipality, stuff like that. I said, well, I wish I know that. They say, how come you didn't know? I said, well, I sit with the city with Alexi, which is, I think she was the building official. They say I could do it, a project like $2.5 million and that lane. And then when I closed, they say no. I said, wow, you guys like, excuse me up, I'm stuck. They say, you got proof. I said, well, here's my email. They said, well, too bad Alex is not working at the city anymore. I said, wow. And then, so could you imagine? So they told me I could do all those stuff. At the end, I can do it, which is the duplex was there. They said, you don't have no choice. You have to repair it and then build. I said, what I could do. And then they said, could build up to 3,000 square feet. Addition, it could be attached to the existed. And then which is as well, when I bought it, it was like it was a duplex. They say I could build another building like 3,000. And then so I do it. I really stuck with the property. And then I cut a wall in the middle, like when I done, and then try to make it happen. And then that's what happened. And then they find out what they were doing it. So they say I have to apply for a permit. And then I applied for a permit I did not know, which is I got the permit. It was open that time. It was closed. And then that's why I don't do the sub permit for mechanical electrical. This is the situation. And then plus I got my picture. When I bought the property, the sewer was leaking. I thought it's a septic tank. And then the tenant, they put a plank and the water is smelling. And then I got the picture from the previous owner when I bought it. I buy 215.
So what does that have to do with this?
I know because I try the reason why, and then this shows like I do a valuation, try to build. I'm not try to because like it was the duplex in there before. And then just they told me is the project I could get it done. When I closed, they said no, I can get it done. So I'm trying to show you how much I've been done at the property. I bought like 120 load of dirt to fill it up. It's 3 feet deep of the ground of the wood. So I got all those pictures. And then so could you imagine how much money I spent on that property? And I stuck with it. And then so this is the reason why. And then now they send me pictures, even the bucket and stuff like that. I do a lot of the property.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that you've done a lot of work on the property, but I'm failing to understand what all that has to do with what we're talking about today. Can I hear is there anything you can add on the picture on his phone?
Yeah, that's a set of plans. It's not stamped by the city. There was the previous building official would have had a stamp on there if that was approved. So, what I showed you, Your Honor, is stamped by the building official and
Right.
stamped by the zoning department.
Right, nice.
Zoning would have to approve it before building would ever receive it. Okay, and zoning
Right.
approved it as a single two-family residential.
Okay.
So that's the stamp plan from the city.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, bottom line is you have to get these permits to get out of code enforcement.
Yeah, we apply for the permit.
Okay. All right, let's see, then, okay, the city has proper notice in this case, respondents are present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation of city codes 1432 and 1435. 2-75.6.2 and 23.2-21. I will find compliance with all other code sections that were originally cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, require compliance by September 3rd. After that, daily fines of $75 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. City's administrative costs of $425.29 are also awarded and due no later than September 3rd. Okay, good luck. Thank you very much.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Is it possible we could get another 30 days?
No, not today.
Beyond
I've told everybody else, if, first of all, it's about getting the permits. Second of all, if you do everything that you need to do and you still need more time, you can ask then, but no, I think September 3rd is reasonable in this case. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to page 4 of the agenda, item number 16, case number 24-1683. It's a public request for an extension of time for compliance at 614 North E Street. Property owner is Elos K. Amos LLC, Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. This owner is requesting a first extension of time. Is it 614?
Yes.
Wrong file? Okay. To give everyone a heads up, in about 30 minutes, we're gonna be taking like at least a 15-minute break because I gotta move my car. Because I don't want to get a ticket for illegal parking.
Okay. All right, so the owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This owner is requesting a second extension of time, requesting for compliance by September 3rd, 2025. This case was initiated as an internal complaint on September 30th, 2024 for work without permit. Notice of violation issued on August 20th, 2024 and sent out on November 18th, 2024 with 60 days for compliance. The property in the City Hall was posted on November 19th, 2024, and this case had been administratively postponed from November 21st, 2024 to January 30th, 2025. The first hearing date was January 30th, 2025, where the property was ordered compliance by June 30th of 2025 with the $75 per day fine. The first extension of time request was granted on May 29th, 2025 to be in compliance by July 30th, 2025 with the $75 per day fine. The permit application was submitted on March 19th, 2025 and disapproved by Planning and Zoning on April 10th, 2025. The owner resubmitted the application, which was disapproved on May 27, 2025 by Building. To date, the permit application is still in plan review status. Therefore, at this time, the city is not in agreement with the extension of time request for the owner.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how you doing? So since there's
Name and address.
sorry, yeah, Tim Sergio Allen. I'm the co-owner of Elios K. Amos LLC. There's some history to this case. So we purchased the property in August of 2024, and about 2 weeks after we closed, we receive a notice of violation in the mail for things from the previous owner. What had happened is in October of 2023, the previous owner had a use and occupancy inspection, which they failed, and there was a laundry list of violations, which I believe a few are rectified, some of them are outstanding. None of these violations came up on any searches when we went to purchase the property, and I have in writing from staff that they don't know why they weren't logged in the system to come up on any searches, with an assumption that the person that did the inspection at the time was a trainee and they just didn't do it correctly. So here we are. I have worked since August with staff. I've met Ms. Dale on many occasions to kind of go over what's necessary, frequent email correspondence. All minor violations were completed. And the only two outstanding now are use and occupancy and then the issuance of the building permit, the business license, which I did apply for basically a week after I closed on the property because I knew it was a requirement. So the application's there. It's just not been activated yet because of the UNO. So the previous owner converted this property into a 3-unit illegally without any permits. And this didn't even come up in the previous use and occupancy inspection in October of 2023 with the previous owner. So when we closed on it, we had tenants in situ in all 3 units, which we didn't see any issues with until we got this through. So then what happened was, I believe it was late August of 2024, a utility worker was working in the alley at the back of the property and reported the illegal third unit, which then kind of stirred up all of these other violations, which I worked to resolve. I began working with staff in planning and zoning to legalize the third unit under the city's affordable housing program. Went through all of that process. And when I last came before the magistrate in May of this year, we were at the stage where I was just waiting for the letter to be given to me to determine what work needed to be done. Up until that point, when working with staff, I'd been kind of led to believe that it was maybe just parking which needed to be extended to take into account the extra unit. So what happened is after that hearing on the May 29th, I received the letter from zoning on June 5th this year, with all the items required to legalize the third unit, which was extensive and a lot more than I had been led to believe up until that point. And I know that staff couldn't have given an accurate reflection of what work was needed until they'd seen the official application. So then this got me thinking as to whether it was actually worth my while to do this. So on June 13th, I met with Charles, who was just sitting there at the property, to discuss what was required just to convert it back into a duplex, to bring it back into compliance as quickly as possible. He informed me everything that was needed to be done. So the day after, I had informed planning and zoning to withdraw the application for the legalization of the third unit, and I was going to pursue converting it back into a duplex. Charles informed me that I needed to get plans done. So on the 20th of June, I instructed my architect to draw up all the plans that I needed to make the changes to the property internally to bring it back to a duplex. I received those plans from my architect yesterday. The day before yesterday, and my permit guy, I signed and had the permit application notarized yesterday. So we should be submitting it today for the work. So what I'm here to request, sir, is just an additional 30 days to get that permit approved, so then I can do the UNO and then be fully back in compliance.
Okay. All right, I will grant the 30-day request in this case. All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That would be August 28th, 27th.
August 28th, do the August 28th.
Whatever 30 days is.
August 28th.
It's the next hearing date for this.
Yes, August 28th.
Okay. So ordered.
Page 5 of the agenda, item 18, case number 25-104. It's a public request for an extension of time for compliance at 1109 7th Avenue North. Property owner is Jorge Gonzalez, Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Bell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This owner is requesting a first extension of time. This case was initiated as an internal complaint on January 17, 2025 for work without permit. During the initial inspection, the following violations were also observed. 14-32, no active business license. 14-35, no use and occupancy inspection. However, inspection number 58908 was disapproved on July 24, 2025, and the inspection narrative hasn't been added into the case file. 2-75.6.2, dirt buildup on the driveway. 23.4-7, damaged broken wheel stops that needed to be repaired and replaced. Notice of violation was issued on January 23rd, 2025, and sent out on January 28th, 2025, with 90 days for compliance. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on January 30th, 2025. The first hearing date was May 29th, 2025, where the property was ordered for compliance by June 30th, 2025, with a $100 per day fine. To date, the permit application for unpermitted work has been submitted on June 25th, 2025, and approved as of June 27th, 2025. Therefore, at this time, the city is not in agreement with the extension of time request for the owner.
Yes, sir.
Edward Page, on behalf of the owner, agent, consultant. Your Honor, I got involved in this probably say the beginning of June, and we submitted the permits, got the permit in, and the first violation was for the work without permit was for a roof. And we're very, very close. I was hoping to get another 30 days so we can finalize everything.
I'll grant 30-day extension to August 28th.
Thank you.
Page 9 of the agenda, item 36, case number 25-532, property address of 922 South A Street. Property owner is Ariel Rodriguez and Yadira Rodriguez, Officer Correct.
Officer Orlando Curette with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 21st, 2025 as an internal complaint. Existing violations are 23.2-21. Property owner failed to secure a building permit for enclosed carport. Owner submitted request for permit on May 5th, 2025, and was disapproved on June 16th, 2025. 14-32, please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Ariel Rodriguez and Yadira Rodriguez. 14-35, please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Ariel Rodriguez and Yadira Rodriguez. A use and occupancy inspection was completed on April 29th, 2025, and failed due to garbage, trash, debris on property, and no permit on file for enclosed carport. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 23rd, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on May 28th, 2025. Posted at Property and City Hall on May 27th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 30th, 2025. Photographs for the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is September 2nd, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
So all the other code sections that were cited are complied?
All other violations have been complied, yes, sir.
All right, yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Ariel Rodriguez, with the property 922 South 8th Street.
Thank you.
I already submitted the permit for the enclosure. We just been going back and forth with the building department, I think it is, getting approval on the driveway. I had a meeting with them last Friday, so we agree on what needs to be done to get the permit approval.
Okay.
And just waiting on the permit approval.
So September 2nd should be sufficient time then. Sounds like you're on the
Hopefully, yeah.
path to get that permit by then.
Yeah, last time I talked to him, he told me today to ask for more time if it's not done, but I mean, I hope so. It's
Sounds
approved.
like if you've already are in discussions, has the application been submitted?
Yeah, I submitted a while back, and being almost
So now you're
60
going back and
days,
forth
right?
with comments.
Since the application was submitted.
Application was submitted on May 5th of 2025. It was disapproved June 16th due to additional.
The driveway, yeah, the driveway, yeah.
Zoning, that permits in zoning. So it's not in building, it's in zoning.
Zoning.
We haven't even got the enclosure documents yet, so it's been disapproved by zoning department. So
Who I met up with me, Mr. Fred, I think it was who I met up.
So it's
viewer,
30 days gonna be enough to get this through the
I
review
think,
process?
I believe you're gonna need more than that.
building would have it for about a week, but he has to get through zoning. I can't speak on this.
Understood.
time schedule.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic. I'm gonna enter an order for September 2nd. If you need more time, ask for an opportunity to get more
Okay.
time. And we'll consider that if need be, but we're gonna be cautiously optimistic on that one. All right, let's see, the city has proper notice. In this case, I'm gonna find property remains in violation of city codes 1432 and 1435, as well as 23.2-21, but I'm gonna find compliance with all other code sections that were cited in the notice. Set September 2nd, 2025 as the compliance date. After that, daily fines of $75 per day until compliance is achieved, and administrative costs of $425.29 are due no later than September 2nd. Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go.
Page 5 of the agenda, item 19, case number 24-2277. It's a public request for an extension of time for compliance at 321 South C Street. Property owner is Walter R. Chavez Chalel, Officer Dorcius.
Okay.
Greetings, Code Officer Fedleen Dorsey, the City of Lake Grove Beach Code Division, owner's name, case number, and address are being read to the record. This is a request by responding for a second extension of time for compliance for case number 24-2277 for the property located at 321 South C Street. The case was initiated on October 17, 2024, as an internal complaint. The notice of violation was issued via certified mail on November 5th, 2024. The violation hearing was held on January 30th, 2025. The initial compliance date was set for April 30th, 2025, or pay a fine of $75 per day. Okay. On May 29th, 2025, the owner applied for the first extension application for the carport permit conversion. Per Special Magistrate McGibbons, the extension was granted. And the owner's compliance date was extended to July 14, 2025. On June 18, 2025,
Permit application 25-16-93 for the carport conversion was submitted to the building department. That permit is currently in plan review.
Ese permiso todavía está siendo revisado.
The permit application for the carport conversion
El permiso ese para cambiar esa parte cubierta
was not submitted until the extension was granted
no fue sometida hasta la que extensión se fue dada
on May 29, 2025.
en mayo de 2025.
The owner was aware of the permit application that was needed
El dueño sabía el permiso que necesitaba. ¿Usted es el dueño?
Sí, yo
Ok, sabía que usted necesitaba ese permiso.
since January 16,
Y
2025.
desde enero usted sabía que necesitaba ese permiso para cambiar o convertir.
The permit was disapproved by the building division
El permiso no fue aprobado por la división de edificar
on July 18,
en
2025.
julio de 2025.
Due to the age of the case,
La razón de que ya el caso tiene tanto tiempo,
the city is not in agreement with the time of extension request.
la ciudad no está de acuerdo de que le hagan una extensión, la petición que usted puso.
Yes, sir. Name and address, and then you can tell me about the request.
Diga su nombre y su dirección, entonces explique cuál fue lo que usted ha pedido.
Okay, my name is
I
Walter.
need to get you guys up on the microphone. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Okay, my name is Walter, and the address is 321 South Sea Street. I speak little English, but I explained to her. She helped me to translation.
All right, well, tell me why we need more time. You're asking for 60 more days. Tell me why we need that.
Quiere saber que usted está pidiendo 60 días más.
Yeah. Eso es lo que me dijo el general contractor.
Because that's what the general contractor.
To get you.
That's what his general contractor told him to request for 60 more days of the coverage of that carport that you mentioned. Oh, thank you.
So why is this taking so long? That this is like 8 months old since
¿Por
the
qué esto está
violation.
tomando tanto tiempo que ya tiene 8 meses?
Sí, porque cuando yo compré la casa, me dieron,
Because when he bought the house,
me dieron un plano
they gave him a plan, a floor plan,
de que tenía laundry, tenía baño, el segundo baño, pero
that the house had a laundry and that it had a second bathroom.
pero esos planos no están registrados en la ciudad.
But those plans were not registered in the city.
Entonces, el general contractor me dice que va a mandar a hacer los planos con un ingeniero.
So now the general contractor informed him that he has to do the plans with an engineer.
Well, so let me ask a specific
Le
question.
voy a
This
preguntar
case
una
had a
pregunta.
hearing in January
Este caso tenía un llamado aquí en enero. Ujú.
and nothing was done
Y nada fue
according to the
hecho.
city until the end of May.
No hicieron
I'm
nada
not
hasta el
understanding.
final de mayo.
I don't feel like you're taking this seriously.
Él
You
no
just
siente
keep
como
asking
que
for
sí.
more time.
Si usted no ha tomado esto en serio y sigue pidiendo más tiempo.
Yo he hecho mi parte, pero el general contractor
Yeah,
no ha hecho su parte.
because he's done his part, but the general contractor didn't do his part. So, mhm.
Él debería estar hoy aquí.
Yeah.
Dice que no.
He's saying that the general contractor should be here today, but told him to just go ahead and for him to come and not him. So, mhm. Usted dependía del general contractor.
Sí, porque
Yeah.
yo no puedo hacer permiso,
Yeah.
no puedo.
Yeah, with all the planning, he depended on the general contractor. He doesn't know how to do permit or anything like that. He was depending on him, and the general contractor did not follow through.
Yes, city, what's the status of this thing in
Él está preguntando a la ciudad
Charlie Sturdivant.
qué está
Building
pendiente.
Department. I disapproved this permit on the 18th,
Yo
July
no aprobé
18th.
este permiso
Um,
en enero 18.
He applied to enclose a carport.
Él aplicó
They
para
also,
encerrar
the way the house
lo que
is
cubre
listed
el garaje.
in Papa, they also enclosed the back of the house
Ellos encerraron
That was a
la
storage
parte de
area
atrás, donde era
and made it
un
livable
lugar
space
lugar,
with
le
a
hicieron un lugar
bathroom and a
lo que
laundry
usted
room.
me dijo, le hicieron un cuarto
So it's a
y
little
un
more
baño. Y
complicated
también
than
un
just
cuarto de
enclosing
lavar,
a
¿no?
carport.
Sí,
I'll
sí,
give them
sabe, eso es
a
mucho.
card if he wants to come in, we can sit down
Ujú,
and go over it.
ujú.
But I have sent out
Yo le he
very
mandado a
specific
usted
notes
la
on
nota
what needs to be done.
específica de lo que
And
necesita que
yes, we'll
hagan.
probably have to get a design professional
Y si va a tener que buscar a
because
alguien
there's going to be
profesional que
structural
haga el
elements as
diseño
well.
por los
And
elementos que
just,
están incluidos
just
ahí.
enclosing a carport,
Mm.
it's beyond that.
Ujú.
In your
O sea, es
opinion,
más
is
que
this
cerrar un
even
garaje,
close to a
¿no?
permit being
Ujú.
issued?
Me está preguntando, ¿usted cree que se le puede dar permiso
Okay.
para eso?
I mean,
Que no,
so even 60 more days wouldn't be enough.
ni aun con
60
60
would,
más
they
días.
just have to come in
Él dice que
and have a
explique por
design
17
professional,
días. Puede
hand us a set
hacerlo,
of
pero
plans.
necesita traer a alguien
And then after
profesional.
that's done, once we
Y,
approve
y
it,
una vez que
it
el
has to go
profesional llegue y
to
haga eso,
impact
coge,
fees in the
y
county,
ellos lo
which
aprueben, y
usually
usted
they
pague
take
lo que tenga
anywhere
que
from
pagar.
2 weeks to
Entonces eso
4
puede coger
weeks
como de 2 semanas
for impact fees to be posted because they added
para
livable
pagar lo
space,
que se
livable
debe.
space.
Ujú.
So they're looking at, to get the permit out,
Para sacar el
probably, they could
permiso
probably do it in 60 days.
se puede
But
hacer
they'd
como en
have to
60
come
días,
into the office
pero
either
usted tiene que
tomorrow or
entrar a
make
la
an appointment
oficina
early next week
mañana o hacer una
to be
cita
able
para la semana
to get this through.
para poder
So
hacer
what was
esto.
submitted that was
¿Qué fue lo que fue sometido? Está preguntando.
disapproved?
They
Que no fue
submitted a
aprobado.
plan that
Ellos
showed, they
sometieron un
submitted
plan
plans
que enseña
with the back of the house.
la parte de atrás de la casa
The carport
donde está
goes through,
la cobertura
it
del
goes
carro.
straight through the house with a
Se
little
va,
storage
se
shed.
va dentro de
The
la
plans
casa.
they submitted
Entonces, el plan
were
que
a
ustedes
complete
sometieron
addition renovation.
fue completamente una renovación.
All right.
Totalmente.
So
Eso es lo que no fue aprobado.
they need a design professional.
Ellos
Okay.
necesitan un diseño profesional.
Isn't on board yet, or they
Si
haven't
no
had a
hay un,
chance to look
si
at
no
the
hay un
plans, is
diseñador
60 days still
profesional,
realistic?
I've only disapproved this on
yo
July
nada más,
18th.
yo no
That's what I
aprobé
got.
esto en julio.
Okay, it came out of
18 es
zoning.
lo que yo tengo.
No,
Eso
I
fue
understand. My understanding in the
mi
industry is that
entendimiento es que
once to get a design
para
professional, give
buscar un
them time to review
profesional
the plans.
que le
I'm wondering if
diseñe
60 days is
si,
still enough.
si
if
60
they're
días es
not
suficiente
that
para
far in their
recibir lo que un
process.
profesional puede venir y hacer.
I feel like
Yo
this all
siento
should have
que
been done
esto debería
back in
haberse
January.
hecho
This is the discussion that should have happened back in January. And now here we are in August. Tomorrow's August 1st.
Y ahora estamos en agosto.
You
Y él no entiende por qué se perdió
know,
tanto tiempo.
I'm all about
Porque
helping move things along
yo
when I
estoy para
see that
ayudar
there's been
cuando hay
good faith
algo
effort, and I'm
que
not
no,
seeing that in this
pero yo no he
case.
visto buena fe en este caso.
So I'm gonna deny the request for the
Él
extension.
va a
You need to
negar
get this
la
done.
extensión. Tiene
And
que
that'll get
arreglar
the
esto.
fines to stop running,
Ujú.
and then you can
Tiene que arreglar esto
take
lo
care
más pronto
of
posible.
that later.
No
But
tiene la
the
extensión que
request
le
that,
negó.
given that this has been going on,
Como esto comenzó
really a
desde
notice
enero.
violation
Esta
was issued in November. The hearing was in January.
La acción fue dada
First
en
extension was
noviembre
granted in May, and
se
just
dio la información en enero
nothing's
y la primera
nothing
extensión
meaningful
que
has been
dieron fue en
done.
mayo
So
y
no,
no han hecho
the
nada.
request is denied
Nada,
in this
entonces la
case.
petición está negada.
Okay, all right.
Ujú.
But good luck. Thank you.
So he wants to know then what is it that he has to do?
I'll let you speak with the building department offline.
Tiene que hablar con
Yeah,
ellos.
not gonna.
Call my office and set it in point.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Llama a la oficina de él y te hacen una cita para ayudarte.
Venga.
Yeah.
Do you need to break or?
Let's take one more.
Page 8 of the agenda, item 35, case number 25-135, property address of 1717 12th Avenue South. Lot E4, property owner is Sam Goodstein, officer correct.
Thank you.
Officer Orlando Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Enforcement. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on January 23rd, 2025 as a field observation. The existing violations are 23.2-21, applied for, obtained, and pick up permit for AC unit. Owner submitted request for permit on July 28th, 2025, and currently in plan review. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on April 30th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on May 5th, 2025. Posted at property and city hall on May 1st, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 30th, 2025. Photographs for the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is September 3rd, 2025, or fines of $50 per day plus the administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by September 3rd, 2025.
Okay, so all that's left is the
The AC unit.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And the contractor who
Can we get your name and
Samuel Goodstein, 1717 12th Avenue South,
Thank
Lot
you.
84.
Thank you.
The contractor had a lapsed COI with their insurer, and they had put in for that, and they just got that in last week, put in their application, and it maybe even that the building department, they said they put in the building department application last week.
Okay.
So that may even show up. I don't know what's this gentleman has on his computer.
So that's September 3rd is another month to get that permit issued. That should be plenty of.
Should be no problem.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Let's see, the city has proper notice. Mr. Goodstein is present at today's hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, find the property has complied with all code sections cited in the notice except 23.2-21 regarding the outstanding permit. Set September 3rd, 2025 as the compliance date for that. We'll set daily fines of $50 per day if compliance is not achieved by September 3rd, and I'll award the $425.29 administrative cost to be due on no later than September 3rd as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. One more. That was a quick one.
Page 14, item 59, case number 25-331, property address of 1301 Lake Avenue, property owner is Anthony Nicholas Investments LLC, Officer Dorsey is. Case number is 25-3331, 1301 Lake Avenue. Thank you for translating. You left that pretty good.
Oh, thank you.
There was some fast feet.
I can help.
Thank you.
Greetings, Code Officer Fedleen Dorsey of the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Before we get started, I just wanted to put on record that I do not have a designation of agent form. Oh, the form? Yes. The form, honey.
Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry. This is new to us, very new. So bear with us. And we're nervous too. We've never done this. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Is this what you're asking for? Yes, but who's gonna be the agent? It wasn't completely filled out, so who's the agent? I understood that the agent was just in case she didn't show up. Was I wrong? She's the owner. What's your name? Thank you. All right. Did we do it right? We're good. Okay. Antonia is actually on the Sunbiz. Okay, okay. All right. Greetings, my name is Code Officer Fedleen with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, case number, and address have been read to the record. Property location is 1301 Lake Avenue. This case was initiated as an internal license complaint on February 12th, 2025.
All right, existing violation is 14-32, the business license. You want me to keep going? Keep going?
Well, yeah, she understands. We're just adding the business license for
For the owner and all tenants.
okay.
14-35, use and occupancy inspection.
Mhm.
The owner, Anthony Nicholas Investment LLC, failed inspection number 57226 on March 21st, 2025 for the following violations. Number one, please have the church obtain an approved business license. At this time, there has been no license application submitted for the church. Number two, please repair all torn mesh screens. That violation was complied from a re-inspection done on the public right of way. Number three, please repair all loose or broken wheel stocks to include disposing all broken wheel stocks. Number four, please restripe all faded parking lot lines everywhere needed. That's for both front and rear parking. Number five, please repair all holes in the parking area. That violation was resolved from a re-inspection conducted from the public right of way. Number six, please trim landscape on the South Third Street in front of the store. That violation was complied from a re-inspection done from the public right of way. Number seven, please repair hole near exterior light observed on the back stairwell. Number eight, please replace all missing exterior outlet covers. Number nine, please repair inoperable elevator. Number 10, please repair all damaged or missing ceiling panels on both floors. Number 11, please repair church bathroom sink that is currently inoperable. Number 12, please repair kids' room door frame that was observed in the church on the second floor. Number 13, please repair lighting inside of church and replace light covers everywhere needed. Number 14, please repair hole observed in the rear stucco. That violation was complied from a re-inspection conducted from the public right of way. Tenant Clifton Corner failed inspection number 58805 on March 21st, 2025 for the following violations. Number one, please apply for a business license for the ATM and video games. That violation was complied on May 6, 2025. Number two, please repair all damaged ceiling panels everywhere needed. Number three, please clean restroom. Number four, please repair restroom that's currently inoperable. And number five, please repair all damaged mesh screening observed from the exterior. That violation was complied from a re-inspection conducted from the public right of way. Number six, please repair hole in rear stucco. That violation was complied from a re-inspection conducted from the public right of way. Number seven, to trim the landscape on Southeast Street right in front of the store. That violation was complied from a re-inspection conducted from the public right of way. At this time, there's a new church on the second floor who still needs a business license and to schedule a use and occupancy inspection. Active violation 23.4-3, wheel stops anchored. The owner was cited to please repair all damaged loose wheel stops everywhere needed. Number violation text 23.4-74, parking lot arrows and striping. The owner was cited to please restripe all faded parking lot lines everywhere needed on both front and rear parking. All other violations have been complied or resolved at this time. Formal notice of violation was issued via certified mail on May 21st, 2025. Certified mail was received on May 27, 2025. The property in City Hall was posted on May 29th, 2025. The case has been administratively postponed from May 29th, 2025 until July 31st, 2025. The property last re-inspection was conducted on July 29th, 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property has been taken showing the violations. The city had personal contact with the owner and tenants via email and in person. The last email sent was on July 23rd, 2025, and no response was received. Recommendation time for voluntary compliance will be September 29th, 2025, or pay administration costs of $425.29 made payable by September 29th, 2025, or pay a fine of $100 per day.
Okay. Name and address, and then I'll be happy to hear from you.
Okay, Antonia Diaz, 1301 Lake Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we are here. I brought my tenant with me. They can explain better in my own knowledge. Everything's done. Maybe some not yet, but the most of the part that needs to be done is done. So I'll have my tenant from the second floor. She would like to speak. Can I do that? So she can explain that.
Is that okay? Okay, we're the church that are upstairs. I'm the pastor. And the first thing you pointed out was that we need to obtain the license. We do have a GC that did everything for us, worked everything for us, and he is working with the city. And when he went to apply for the license, we had to wait till everything on the other side was done. That's why we don't have the license. Everything, you know how we have the back and the front, which you've seen, right? So we had our requirements that we completed, and then they had their requirements in the front, the downstairs person that's renting. So he hadn't quite finished everything. I believe he's finished by now, right? And that's why we didn't get a license. We had to wait till they finished. Is that?
Next question.
Yeah, sure.
Have you obtained a business license application and applied for it yet? Because there's nothing in the system yet.
The GC has, yes, our GC.
Is
Yeah.
he submitting permits or a business license application?
He's submitting business license. And the last text I got from him was that he was waiting for the other side to finish everything in order to submit it.
Okay, it's
Mhm.
very important that you get in touch with planning and zoning because they haven't
Okay.
been in contact with anybody regarding that. 'Cause I-
Our GC hasn't gotten in contact with planning and zoning? Okay, that's good to know. Okay, will do, no problem. And I think everything else from upstairs, we met, which you wrote, and the other gentleman, you completed everything, right? You want to come up, the other tenant? He's from downstairs. Is that okay? Oh, sorry, should have asked permission first.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Mohammed Mujib, my name. I'm at the
Tenant. He's the
tenant.
next to the corner store, the bottom floor for
Bottom,
Clifton
yeah.
corner.
Okay.
Yeah. So we finished everything and the landscaping and parking lot, everything we done.
So everything's.
Yeah,
So the city
yeah.
needs, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Some disagreement.
Yeah.
You have a wheel stop where it has rebar sticking out. So when it comes to your wheel stops, the ones that stop the parking wheels for the tires, they can't be cracked and they can't be no exposed rebar.
Okay,
Stop.
I will stop.
The wheel stop, you know, when the car part,
Yeah.
you change her.
Yeah, we change it.
I'm gonna show you a picture of one of them that hasn't been changed.
Okay.
And now the parking lot stripes, when they're faded, they gotta be repainted. You don't have to pull a permit for it, but the faded lines, they have to be restriped.
Okay.
Now, the bathroom that, you had two bathrooms, one that worked, one that didn't work. Did you repair that bathroom
Yeah.
as well?
You did it. Yeah.
Okay, so you have to schedule your UNO inspection so I could come back out and redo the use and occupancy inspection.
Okay. Okay.
Now, for the owner, the elevator, it has to be operable because you have a tenant on the second floor.
Okay.
Mm.
That's very interesting because that elevator hasn't worked like in 30 years.
I've
And,
never told, but you're on the
and
second floor.
yeah, I know, I'm on the second floor. And when we first rented, we looked at it as a church, well, it would be wonderful if we could get it going, but it's abandoned. It's horrible. It would need a whole new one. And we got an estimate for a whole new one. It was like over $150,000. It was crazy. And I'm asking, can we just abandon that and just, I was advised that can be done too. Just, block it off and abandon it so nobody will have access to it. Is that possible? I don't
I don't
know.
know if there are accessibility issues, ADA issues with that. I'll have to look
Yeah.
at the building official.
Charlie, City Lakewood Beach, they would have to apply for a board up certificate. And at
Okay.
the time, there are requirements in height. If it has to meet certain requirements that they can actually board it up. If not, they
Okay.
will have to repair it.
Okay.
But they do have to apply for a board up permit, and at that point, we would review that.
Okay. So
We applied with you, sir? With him? Okay, great. With you?
The building department.
The building department.
Second out.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
all right, does that answer your question about that? So there's something has to be done with the
Of course.
elevator, whether it's repaired or if you're able to obtain a permit to board it up.
Okay.
Either way. Anything else you
Do you have any other
would like to
questions?
put on the
Lee?
record? Okay. Anything else from the city?
No.
All right. Then, let's see, the city has proper notice in this case. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find property remains in violation of city codes 1432 and 1435. 23.4-7 parens 3 and 23.4-7 parens 4. I will accept the city's recommendation, require compliance with the outstanding violations no later than September 29th of 2025. After that, daily fines of $100 per day are assessed until compliance is achieved. And the city's administrative costs of $425.29 are awarded and will be due no later than September 29th. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
For the record, I am showing 23.
My office.
2471, 3 and 4 still active. Is that not correct? I'll supposed to be all those. So
So the only active violation would be 14-32 business license, 14-35 use and occupancy inspection, 23.4-73 wheel stops anchored, and 23.4-74 parking lots, arrows and stripes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, we gotta take a
Thank you.
short recess.
Would it-
It's
Sweetie.
12:40. Let's try and get back on the record by 12:55. All right. We back on the record? All right, let's go ahead and go back to work.
Page 12 of the agenda, item 47, case number 25-124, property address of 502 20th Avenue North. Property owner is Juan and Myrna Figuera, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read onto the record. This case was initiated on January 21st, 2025 as a complaint with existing violations being 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lakewood Beach business license. 14-35. Please obtain an approved use and occupancy inspection. 23.2-21. Please apply for, no, the property owner failed to secure building permit for obtain and pick up and permits for a garage structure, a sealed door on a garage structure. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 28th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered. Posted at property and city hall on May 28th, 2025. Case was initiated. Case was has been administratively postponed from March 27th, 2025 to April 24th, 2025. Then from April 24th, 2025 to May 29th, 2025. Then from May 29th, 2025 to July 31st, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photos of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has been made. The city's recommendation time for compliance is for August 29th, 2025, or pay fines of $75 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.39 to be paid by August 29th, 2025.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alex Rios, agent for the owner of 502 20th Avenue North.
You're Mr. Rios?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't know if I should provide copies of what we have done so far. I have a timeline of what we have done plus plans that were submitted, but the city already have the plans. I just don't have my timeline of everything that we have done so far.
Just show Ms. Lanahan's and then I'll take a look.
Okay. The plan that was submitted was those are thank you for that. Everything all is the city we have. Basically, what we are asking for, Your Honor, is a little bit more of time. I appreciate the recommendation of Mr. Domingo for the 30 days extra. We already applied for a building permit, which we have been working on it. We recently were told that we need a right-of-way permit, which we recently also applied for. So I'm thinking that we might be able to accomplish obtaining the permit within the 30 days. However, we might fall a little bit short. So our request will be for 60 days total, if that's possible. Otherwise, I hear you saying this in previous cases, we can take the 30 days and if we don't have an approved permit by then, we can also communicate with you guys and let you know where we are at that time.
Is it just the garage door permit that's
The only thing holding their permit is an electrical subcontractor
Okay.
has to be added to their permit, and then their permit would be approved.
Okay.
So it's a very simple, they gotta get electrical subcontractor, and they'll be good to go.
Okay, we already have secured an electrical subcontractor, but he haven't submitted the information yet. So
All right.
that will be done by next week.
Then I think the
Okay, I didn't know that that was the only thing pending.
Okay.
But being that the case, then the 30 days is definitely.
sounds like
Yep.
shouldn't be a problem.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Just one quick
Yes.
question. In terms of the occupancy and the business license and also the occupancy certificate, I believe, I guess until we don't get the approved permit, we cannot get those clear off.
So once you do get that approved permit, you could go ahead and schedule for the inspection. You could schedule it now, but I can't approve the inspection if you have a pending permit that is still in process.
But the inspection, what is gonna look for? Is gonna look for the garage door to be already fixed or just my
All
approved permit?
exterior, all exterior,
'Cause-
and that permit has to be approved.
Because I'll have the approved permit, but I still need time to do the work.
So the previous time when I was there, when I did the inspection on April 8th, 2025, I did do an inspection. It was just approved due to electrical work being done without a permit, window sealing without a permit, overgrown landscape debris, cracking on stucco, and the photos, and a disapproved permit, which is the one we're working on right now, which is permit 250568. So all that has to be resolved, and then when all that is complied and resolved, you could schedule that inspection, and I'll be able to
Okay, so
approve your
that
license.
was my question. So until
Yolanda Bryan, City of Lake Worth Beach. So no, you do not have to have the work completed, like we told everybody else. Once you get the permit approved and issued, that's it for the permit part. But any exterior violations, like Carlos says, landscape, any other violations, all of those minor violations have to be approved for the use and occupancy inspection. But all you need for the permit part is the permit applied for, approved, and issued, okay?
But as far as the business license, then I need to comply with all the violations to get the business license.
With the exception, you don't have to have the work that's up under the permit. It does not have to be completed.
Okay.
Just have the permit approved and issued. But all the other stuff, it has to be in compliance in order to get the business license.
Okay, so just to clarify, I have a landscape violation, I have a business license violation, use and occupancy, and the garage. So if I take care of the landscape, I can, and the building part, I have time to do it.
Correct.
Then I can, as soon as I have my landscape done, I can apply for my business and use and occupancy. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Is it intended that this all be submitted for the record? I don't need it.
Just maybe the time.
Okay.
The city already have all these.
Okay, then we'll make the timeline part of the record. You have any objection to that?
I'm
Not sure it's relevant.
I don't know that it's relevant or that it's accurate, but.
We just wanted to show that what we have done and that we are in good faith working on this diligently, even though it have taken some time, but.
For purposes of showing that you've been working on this and what you've done, I'll make it part of the file. But
Thank you, Your Honor.
I am going to accept the city's recommendation in this case in terms of my order. So, all right, city has proper notice based on the testimony and the evidence. Property remains in violation as cited, except that 23.6-1 has complied. Is that correct? Yeah. We will set August 29th, 2025 as the compliance deadline. $75 per day, daily fines after that if compliance is not achieved, and I will award the administrative costs of $425.29 due no later than August 29th. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Page 2 of the agenda, item number 7, case number 22-907. This is a public request for a lien reduction at 1001 South B Street. Case name was Kevin Spain. The new owner is Beach Sand LLC. Officer correct.
Agenda item number 2, you said?
Number 7, page 2, I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
page
page
2,
two.
item 7.
Item 7. There it is.
Orlando Magistrate, Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has already been read into the record. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1001 South B Street for violations that are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and all administrative costs assessed in the underlying code compliance case for the lien have been paid. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code compliance cases. Owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property total $41,950. The city recommends to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $4,195 and payable by September 1st, 2025. If the city does not receive payment by September 1st, 2025, the existing lien amount of $41,950 shall be reinstated.
Your Honor. First of all, thank you very much for reducing the lien.
Well, please let me get your name and address.
Sure, Aaron Margalit, 1001 South B Street.
Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot for being willing to negotiate. I'd like to apologize ahead of time. Everybody here is to complain and to, with their sub story. I don't have one. So I'd like to apologize ahead of time still for complaining. I don't have any sub story. I purchased the property and moved to correct the violations as soon as I could. And that's about it. I feel $2,000 would be very reasonable under the circumstances, since I'm not the one that caused the violations to begin with, and since I moved to correct them immediately upon purchase.
You just bought them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Also, I have another proposition. I'm not sure the city can get that creative, but on that stretch of street, for some reason, on B, there is no sidewalk. And I went to zoning a few times, and I asked questions about how to repair the driveway. They told me that if I do the driveway, basically the last 20 feet towards the sidewalk, I'll have to construct the sidewalk myself. So I'm not planning to do so. However, if the city will be willing to participate with me or to help, I'd be willing to even pay those $4,000 suggested by Inspector Orlando towards fixing that sidewalk. I'm not sure the city would be able to get that creative, but that's just a proposition I thought of myself.
My recollection is the code gives me discretion to reduce a lien to 90%.
Correct, unless it's owner occupied homestead.
Okay, is this an owner occupied homestead
Owned by an
property?
LLC, no.
Yeah, so
Non-homestead.
I think that the recommendation that the city is making is the most I am allowed to do under the city's code. I certainly have no problem doing that based on what I've heard today. But I can't. That's why I was looking at the code. I can't go below that. I'm not don't have jurisdiction to do that. But I will grant the reduction from $41,950 to $4,195. Can you pay that by September 1st?
Yes.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Page 14, item 58, case number 25-90, property address is 501 South F Street. Property owner is 1502 South Federal LLC. Officer Dorcius.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Greetings, Code Officer Fedleen Dorcius at the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. I just want to put on record that the city does have a designated agent form from Miss Lisa.
Thank you.
No problem. Case number, owner's name, owner's address, owner read to the record, property location 501 South F Street. And this case was initiated as an internal complaint on January 14th, 2025. Existing violations, 14-32 business license. The owner needs to process the application for 501 South F Street LLC for a group home type 2. The license application was disapproved by Planning and Zoning on June 28, 2022. 14-35, use and occupancy inspection for 501 South F Street LLC for the group home type 2. Per the email received by Scott Rodriguez with Planning and Zoning on July 24, 2025, his last communication with Ms. Lisa was on June 13th, and staff communicated to her that a zoning application is needed to be submitted to review the address for the use. A copy of that email has been placed in the case file. All other violations have been complied or resolved at this time. Formal notice of violation was issued via certified mail on January 22nd, 2025. Certified mail was not received. The property in City Hall was posted on January 24th, 2025. This case was administratively postponed from April 24th, 2025 until July 31st, 2025. The last reinspection was conducted on January 25, 2025. The property is found to be in non-compliance. The city has photographs of the property showing the violations. The city had personal contact with a representative with the property via email. The city recommendation is the owner has until September 3rd, 2025 to submit application for a conditional use permit with Planning and Zoning or pay a fine of $100 per day. Once the application has been received by Planning and Zoning, the owner would have until October 29, 2025 to complete the conditional use permit application process, as well as passing the use and occupancy inspection and obtain approval for the business license or pay a fine of $100 per day. Plus administration costs of $425.29 made payable by April 29, 2025. What happened?
April.
I'm sorry. Plus administration costs of $425.29 made payable by October 29, 2025.
Okay.
Very good. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. When I received Officer Dorcius's violation notice, we did correct everything and
Just
started.
for the record, you're Miss.
Lisa DiFiore, I'm the
Fiore.
agent for 501 South F Street.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, you think I
That's
know
okay.
this by now. I did sit down with Scott and Annie to talk about the property and discuss it. They were going to do some historical research on it. They came back June 13th and said I need to do a reasonable accommodation request and a conditional use permit for the property. I have retained the zoning attorney, James Green. He's been working on the situation for us to create the reasonable accommodation request. He wasn't able to be present today. However, I can comply within the September 3rd and the October 29th dates.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else from the city? All right. Then we'll find proper notice and we'll find the property remains in violation of city codes 1432 and 1435. I'll find compliance with all other code sections that were cited in the notice. We'll grant the relief requested by the city. September 3rd is the application deadline, and October 29th is the compliance deadline. Daily fines of $100 per day after that. If compliance is not achieved, and administrative costs of $425.29 payable no later than October 29th. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's give Mr. Green my regards.
I will. Thank you.
First, is there 524 South F Street? Is anybody here? Did he leave? Because his case is closed. Okay. Let's see where we're going next. I know you're next. I just have to find you. Here we go. Page 9, item 37, case number 25-612, property address of 945 South Bridge Street. Property owner is CMM Property Management LLC. Officer correct.
Yeah.
Officer Orlando Curette, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on March 4th, 2025 as an internal license complaint. The existing violations are 14-32, please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner CMM Property Management LLC. 14-35, please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner CMM Property Management LLC. Use and occupancy inspection was completed on July 8th, 2025 and failed due to no permit on file for new AC unit. Request for permit not on file to date. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on April 28th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on April 30th, 2025. Posted at property in City Hall on April 29th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time for compliance is September 1st, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 1st, 2025.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Kalim Maris, address 945 South Witch Street in Lake Worth. Everything has been complied except for the AC, and I got the general contractor apply for the AC, was rejected, and you will apply again today. So I'm gonna need a little bit of time to get everything done. Maybe I think I should get it done in 30 days. In case I don't get done, probably get 60 days to get everything done. The AC for the permit.
And is it just the permit?
Yes, sir.
The issue, and has it been applied for? No.
And nothing, also, it's not in the system.
Okay.
But she sent me an email, so was it applied for yesterday and said we just did I don't know why they're waiting for. But she said she applied for it.
All right, well, and another month, I think should be sufficient time.
And Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'd like to change the date to September 2nd, 2025, as September 1st is a holiday.
That's right. Okay, thank you very much. Anything else, sir?
That's it.
All right, then city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, find property remains in violation of city codes 1432 and 1435. Find compliance with other code sections cited in the notice. We'll set September 2nd, 2025 as the compliance deadlines. Daily fines of $75 per day after that if compliance is not achieved, and administrative costs $425.29 due no later than September 2nd. Okay, good luck. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Page 4 of the agenda, item number 13. Case number 21-2582. It's a public request for a lien reduction at 1 North Gulfview Road, Unit 500. Property owner is Georgianne Phibb, Officer Dorcius.
May I bring this up? May I approach the bench?
You show the city attorney whatever you have first, and then I'll be happy to take a look at it.
My name is Georgie Ann Phibby, 1 North Gulfview, Lake Worth.
Submit this to the magistrate, they'll become part of the public record.
It's fine.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
Greetings, Code Officer Fed Lane of the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address may be written to the record. Case number 21-2582. The city offered the property owner Georgianne Phibb a stipulated lien reduction for the property located at 1 North Gulfview, Unit 500. The owner has otherwise met all requirements, section 2-69.3 and 2-693.1 of the city's code of ordinance relating to reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals to $71,850. The city has reduced the lien to $7,185, which the owner did not agree with. The lowest the city can reduce this non-homesteaded property down to is 10%. At this time, the city is not inclined to any further reductions.
Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am. Floor is yours. And let's see. So before we get started, you handed up some documents. These appear to be medical and health related. You understand if these are included in
That's
the
fine.
file, they can become public record.
It's fine.
Okay, just want to make sure some people aren't aware of that. I haven't looked at what other than right in the beginning, it talks about sensitive information, et cetera, and so forth. So, floor is yours.
I currently have a fine of $7,000. Is that correct?
The city had, well, actually, the total lien amount for 71,850. The city reduced it down to 7,185.
Not yet.
Not yet, but we offered that agreement to you.
I had a brain tumor for years. I was misdiagnosed by 4 doctors in Pittsburgh. When all these charges came to me, I was in the twilight zone for years. I had an 8-hour brain surgery where they removed part of my skull to get to the brain tumor. I then had to learn how to walk again and talk. So I am not agreeing with the $7,000 reduction. That's all I have to say. I complied with everything. Whatever was wrong, I fixed.
Yeah, no, I know that we wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case.
The violations wasn't actually complied. It was resolved because the tenant no longer occupies the property.
The tenant also skipped out on her rent, just so you know.
Well, tell me, there was a stipulated agreement on the violation, and then there's a whole bunch of orders vacating. So tell me, what's the history of this?
All right, so the case was initiated on November 8, 2021 as a citizen complaint. The case went to hearing on March 31st, 2022. On March 29, 2022, the owner signed a stipulated agreement having the following violations: 14-32 business license and 14-35 use and occupancy inspection and 23.2-21 building permit complied before or by May 31st, 2025, or pay a fine of $75 per day.
May I speak?
Right, but then there's.
They know nothing about a vacate.
I do, sir. So on this case, the respondent signed a stipulated agreement. The stipulated agreement did not come in time,
Okay,
so we had to vacate that order and take her back for a second hearing.
okay.
So it was originally March 31st. It got vacated in April with a new with the new hearing date for the stipulated agreement that was signed.
So there was a second stipulated.
Correct. It was a timing issue.
And then it looks like, guessing that was not complied with because there's a foreclosure authorization
That is correct.
in here as well. Man, were you the person that signed off on the stipulated agreements or?
Yes, but I don't remember because of the brain tumor. And if you look at my signature, that signature that I signed is not the same as my signature today. If you I signed my name at the top of what I gave you. I could not walk, talk, or care for myself. So
Well, I mean, if you were here earlier, I think you heard me say, there's nothing more that I can do in this process other than reduce it down to 90% of the amount.
90% of what amount?
From 71,850 to 7,185. That reduces it by 90%. That's what the city code of ordinances allows me to do. That's what I'm allowed to do.
Okay, does that seem fair to you or me?
I'm not opining on what's fair in anybody's eye.
I had
telling
a,
you what the law allows me to do.
well, what is my next step? Because my brain surgery was over $400,000. I'm lucky I'm here.
I suppose you can speak with city staff and see if there's anything else that can be done administratively from the special magistrate's chair. This is all I'm allowed to do by law.
Who do I speak with?
Would it be, I don't know, city manager? I don't know. I mean, the city code, which is what I am sworn to follow, and I appreciate what you're telling me. What I'm telling you is that I'm doing the most the law allows me to do, and I'm not willing to break the law for any reason. Whether it's right or wrong or fair or unfair or good or bad or pretty or ugly, it's what
Who do I talk to? Please.
that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking city staff. I don't know if it's city manager's office. I don't know that the city manager has authority to do anything. I mean, you can always speak to your elected officials. I don't know what they what they may or may not do. I certainly can't speak for them. But for purposes of today, I will do as much as the law allows me to do. I will reduce that to the $7,185.
Are they discriminating against me for being ill? For having a brain tumor? Are they discriminating against me?
No, you're being treated in exactly the same way. I'm doing the exact same thing with you that I did with the person who was here before you who didn't enter into an agreement, and reducing it as much as I can under the law.
Okay, so what is my next step?
Yeah, I've answered that question, I think 4 times now.
What, you don't know? Is that the answer?
I don't know. My suggestion would be either your elected officials or the city manager. I've made that suggestion 3 times now. I appreciate your situation, but
do you? Well, wait.
I don't think you.
Who is the city manager? Who's the city manager? I don't know.
Ms. Bryant, do you want to take care of this offline? I've entered my order. I'm not going to get into an argument.
I'm not arguing with you.
Your situation, but I've told you now 4 times I'm doing everything I'm allowed to do under the law.
Do I contact you?
Do we want to withdraw this because if she doesn't make the payment, it reverts back to the 71,000?
We'll go outside of you.
Well, I would set the payment time frame for 1 year. That's plenty of time for discussions to happen where they might happen and for things to occur. But, I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you, ma'am. I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay. We're going to go to page 2 of the agenda, item 5, case number 24-642. This is a public request for a lien reduction at 2407 Park Street. Property owner is Miriam J. and Oscar Murillo. Officer Bryant.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Hi. Code Officer Juliana Bryant, City of Lake Worth Beach. There was a code enforcement enforcement lien on the property located at 2407 Park Street for violations that are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and all administrative costs assessed in the underlying code compliance case for the lien have been paid. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code compliance cases. Owner has otherwise met all the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property total $6,200. The city recommends to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $620 and payable by September 30th, 2025. If the city does not receive payment by September 30th, 2025, the existing lien amount of $6,200 shall be reinstated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon.
Alright.
I'm representing the owner, Oscar Murillo, which is my father. The designation of agent form is in the file.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The address is 2407 Park Street, Lake Worth, Florida. So we've complied with everything. We removed the fence, the bricks, a backyard wood hut as well. We're just please asking for a lien reduction. We purchased a house back in 2017, which the fence was already there. The bricks were already there. So when we did get the fine, it did catch us off guard. I can admit that a lot of this comes to a lack of proper guidance. Around the time my father was traveling back and forth, I'm only 19, so I don't have knowledge when it comes to owning a house or anything. So when we would get the mail in the house, like when City of Lake Worth would send us mails, I really didn't know what to do because I don't know when it comes to like purchasing a house. But I did catch some knowledge, and I was speaking to Michelle, which she was very helpful, and all the other people were helpful as well. So just asking for a reduction.
Is the city's recommendation still reduce this from 6,200 to 620?
Yes, sir.
And that's, I think, everybody should be pretty clear. That's the limit of my ability, and I'm happy to do that. So how long do you need to pay the $620?
So it would from 6,000 to 600.
From
Okay.
6,200 to 620
Okay, we can pay that as soon as possible. I'll pay it. Yeah, I'll pay it.
within the next 30 days.
Absolutely.
$620 in 30 days. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Going next. We're going to go to page 4 of the agenda, item 14, case number 25-76. This is a public request for an extension of time at 616 North K Street. Property owner is Ashley M. Street and Angel Velasquez. Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Beach. The code case was initiated on 1/13/2025. The case went to hearing on 3/27/2025. Fines were scheduled to begin accruing on 6/25/2025. The owner is requesting an extension of time of 120 days. Currently, the city is not in favor of this extension due to the age of the case and existing minor violations of the property. Active violations of the property are 14-32 for business license, 14-35 for use and occupancy inspection, 23.2-21 for unpermitted structure / addition, and 23.4-4 fences, walls, and gates, damaged gate / fence.
Yes, sir.
My name is Angel Velasquez, 616 North K.
Floor is yours.
So the city, I've been working with the city. Apparently they don't want to work with me because now they're telling me that they're not in favor of giving me an extension, which is totally ridiculous, but here we go. Why do we even have this? Why are we even here? So let me provide you with an update that's accurate. Okay, we've removed the shed, okay, at a loss of $15,000. The fence has been repaired, but the city, of course, is not happy with the repairs. So what I'm asking is to completely remove the fence, which I don't think I need to ask you for permission. I think I could just remove it, correct? The reason I'm asking for the extension is because I just want to get out of this city and I want to sell the house. I cannot sell the house because you guys put a lien on the property before we were even able to comply. So it's causing me more issues. Business license permit already submitted.
You guys don't want to give me a business license because of the violations. What else do we have here? On July 7th, we submitted and I paid for drawings to be done. Per Barry from the permitting department. I don't think he's here, right? All right, per Barry on the permitting side, he told me that all I needed was a layout. So I paid for a layout from a designer, submitted it. They said, no, we can't accept this. We need architectural drawings. It doesn't need to be stamped to seal, but we need full set. So again, I keep hitting walls with the city because nobody apparently knows what's going on or how to give direction here. I don't work for the city. I live here. I need somebody at the city to tell me this is what I need the first time, so I'm not coming out of pocket and spending money on things that are not necessary. So again, I need an extension so I can get the full set of architectural plans done, so I can submit the permit. These guys are, how far back are you guys with permitting?
Building department's usually only a week.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. So anyways, architectural plans are going to take 6 to 8 weeks. We submitted them on the 15th of July. I want to get this done so I can sell this house, so I can leave the city and never have to deal with this again. So I just need some time.
What have you been doing since March?
Well, really?
Yeah.
I've been emailing them. I've been talking to them. I removed the shed. I fixed the fence.
So let me stop you right there. With all due respect, I'm looking at photographs dated yesterday. You did not fix the fence. That fence is not fixed.
Well, what is fixed to you?
Not having big holes in.
That's not a hole. That's part of the fish.
Okay.
Like this is
denied.
This is ridiculous.
The request is denied.
No, this is ridiculous. You know what? You guys are a bunch of mobsters, is what you are. Bullshit.
Okay, we're gonna go to stay on that same page, item 17, case number 24-2656. It's a public request for an extension of time for compliance at 714 North E Street. Property owner is Yustiqua Tejada, Officer Dale. Wait, said that right?
Yeah.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The owner is requesting a first extension of time, requesting for compliance by October 29, 2025. This case was initiated on December 17, 2024 as a field observation for the following violations. 2-75.6.2. Missing house numbers. The house numbers are there, but they're not visible or legible from the public right of way. 23.2-21, no permit for the wooden fence installed on the property. To date, no permit application has been submitted. Door hanger number 14474 was issued on December 17, 2024, with a date for correction of March 17, 2025. The notice of violation was issued and sent on March 19, 2025, with 30 days for compliance. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on March 21st, 2025. The first hearing date was June 26, 2025, where the property was ordered to be in compliance by July 28, 2025, with a $50 per day fine. To date, no permit application has been submitted. Therefore, at this time, the city is not in agreement with the extension of time request for the owner.
What is left
To
to bring it
submit,
into compliance?
to submit the permit application for the fence that was installed and make the house numbers big enough to be seen from the public right away.
All right. So the rust on the porch post is complied and the dirt buildup is complied. So house numbers, and I guess the big issue is the
Permit application.
permit for the fence. Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Vanessa Varg. I'm her daughter. I live with her. I don't know about the lady one, but I know by the April, I knew about the complaint about the rusting fence. She painted herself because I'm busy working. About the number, we never changed the number. We had the number since we bought the house 30 years ago over. The fence, always been a fence. At first, the neighbor took it off to make a new one. He moved and he never replaced it. I moved it because my daughter hear people walking in the back of the yard. I don't want a child to somebody breaking in when I leave it alone because we don't put securities around our house. But yes, about the extension, I don't know how to fill the form. So I need to hire somebody, call 2 people to come over to inspect it and give me a paperwork to fill it out, and they didn't show up. That's why I asked for extension.
So obtaining the permit and then taking care of the missing house numbers will get this out of code enforcement. This is
Needing an approved permit.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna give you an additional 30 days, but that's all I'm willing to give. There's not a lot you have to do here. You have to get a permit and get the house numbers legible and visible from the road. You should be able to do that in 30 days. And you know, I agree with the city. This has been going on for a while now, but I'm going to give you 30 more days to get this done. So, but you need to make it a priority.
Okay, but if somebody removed the fence, which it was mine, he removed it, the neighbor, and I had to close it. It wasn't my fault that I had kind of thing happen.
The fence, from what I'm seeing, was put in at some point without a permit. What you have to do is get a permit.
The fence always been a fence. We live there for over 30 years. There's always been a fence. The guy next door removed it.
It's always been a fence without a permit.
Oh, I don't know, for
Oh,
30 so years. And about the number, I don't mind change the number, but the number's always been the same. We change very little thing
They're
around.
asking you to change the numbers. They're asking you to put visible numbers so that they can see them.
I understand, but it always been the same place.
I'm going to give you 30 more days to get this taken care of.
Well, I'm gonna work on it.
Those are the 2 things you need to do to get this out of code enforcement.
Okay,
All right?
all right.
All right. Good luck. Pardon me.
August 28th?
August 28th is the day, new day. Thank you.
Page 7, item 28, case number 25-413, property address of 1700 South Federal Highway. Property owner is Sunny Palms Lake Worth LLC, Florida Bravo Investments LLC, Sunny Palms Lake Worth Beach LLC, and Frank, or Jolie Frank, Officer Correct. A lot of people.
Oh.
Officer Orlando Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 18th, 2025 as a citizen's complaint. Existing violations are 2-75.6.2, repaint walkways and stairs, repair broken knee wall on northwest corner. 2-75.6.6, update expired fire extinguishers on structure. 23.4-7, parking lots and areas shall be maintained by the owner of the real property in good condition by keeping the lot free from holes, debris, secure all loose wheel stops, repaint all faded parking lot lines. 23.2-21, the property owner failed to secure a building permit for AC splits. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 9th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered on May 14th, 2025. Posted at property and city hall on May 14th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 8th, 2025. Photographs for the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is September 2nd, 2025 for violations 2-75.6.2, 23.4-7, 23.2-21, or fines of $100 per day. City's recommendation for time for compliance is August 5th, 2025 for violation 2-75.6.6 due to life, health, safety, or fines of $100 per day, plus administrative costs of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, Ben Frank with Sunny Palms Inn. The main owner is Robert Slamey. He's actually in the hospital right now with stage 4 glioblastoma. He got diagnosed about 6 months ago, and that is actually a reason why the permit is the problem right now. We have everything else done. All the striping was all done. All that we actually repainted the entire building, but we actually have big permits going on for actually we're redoing all the walkways for the property, and we are going to be ripping out all the walkways there. So they already started with the whole process. I have pictures, I can show you everything. But the permit part, we are working with the contractor, going back and forth in order to, I was just speaking with him earlier today, actually. So we should have the permit in for the walkways. I don't think that's even a problem on there, but that's that's the only thing I have left on there is the paint on the walkways. But again, the walkways being redone, so that's why I just didn't do the paint on the walkways. We have the whole building is all repainted, and everything is all done with the parking lot. And yeah, we fit that knee thing. We took out that knee thing that they were talking about also.
So that being the case, if you're is the September 2nd compliance?
It's not,
date gonna work
no,
for
it's,
that?
no,
That's,
so this is what's going on. My uncle, who's the main signer, on the, for the permits, contractors will not sign it without his name on it. Okay. He's literally in the hospital. He's already had 2 brain surgeries within the past 6 months, scooping out, ball size tumors. And they said that they switched it over online, but it has not shown up online yet for my name to be popped up for the manager. So until that's done, the contractor said if we get something from you guys saying that I can sign for that, then that they would allow that. But other than that, they said they can't do it.
okay.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I also want to update violation code 23.2-21. Property owner failed to secure building permit for AC splits and sign.
We never did anything with the sign. Sign's been there ever since we bought the place in 2022. And we bought it with clear title.
Do you have a sense for what kind of time you think you're gonna need to get over this?
Well, as long as my name is on, once it switches over online, it's much easier for me to just meet the contract and sign the paperwork. My uncle can't sign it. He's in the hospital. That's the only thing that's stopping this right now. But if they go to the property, they can see that, I mean, it's not, I have pictures if you want to see. You can see I'm not trying to
see what the building.
Charlie, to Lakewood Building, if the city will also accept county permit applications, universal Palm Beach County permit applications, that application, the contractor does not need the owner's signature. So if you fill out that application, it will be accepted.
What is it called?
Universal, it's Palm Beach County. If you get on their website, they have an application there. We also accept those. And for an AC unit, the owner doesn't have to sign, the contractor can sign for it.
Okay. So I mean, what is there's a universal form and then.
I'd have to ask contract. I've never heard of that one. I've never done that one before.
No, I'm aware of it as well. And I guess that's on the Palm Beach County
Website.
Building Department website for building permits.
Yes.
So let's say we get over the signature hump. Well, how much time do you need at that point?
So
it's like you're doing more work to these.
Yeah, we're doing way more work than what is on there. So because we're taking out a 4-inch slab of concrete and we're turning into a 5-inch slab of concrete for a whole second floor of the building. So they're not going to redo all the floor. They're not going to make all the floors really pretty right now. They did the whole building except for literally the walkways. you know, as soon as they're done with it, it's gonna be months. I mean, there's no way that it's gonna be like 2 months. I'm trying to get this done before season. So that's my main thing, is getting this done before the season kicks in. Everything else, the AC stuff, I can put that on for the permit too. I'll just have them add on there for that. I already have the drawings. I have everything already ready except for the problem with my uncle.
Well, if you're shooting to have everything done before the quote unquote season, I mean, then what's that, November?
December, December.
October, December?
December is when I'm trying to get it done by.
Before December 1st.
Yeah. That's like all the main work.
So. Does the city object to extending the compliance deadline on this out to like mid-November or something? Okay. So if I set the compliance date for middle of November, would that I should do it?
I hope.
Well,
I want to make sure that we have a status check in between there to make sure that.
Oh, and that would not be for, by the way, that would not be for.
This is not, that's not for this. That's literally only for the paint of the walkways. The entire paint of the entire building right now is all done.
Okay.
Just the walkways, because they're ripping out the walkways.
Okay. Well, I think the August 5th for the fire safety.
We already have, that's all done.
That's done.
Everything is done except for the walkways, and I guess the AC, something for the contractor for the AC. The sign, I never touched the sign. I have proof of everything before we bought the place, of due diligence. We do our due diligence on every single property. When we bought the property, we checked with the city in 2022 if there's any liens, violations, code, anything. There was nothing at that time. I don't think it's right for them to come to me with the sign when we have proof. When was that sign?
Because there was nothing, there's nothing now. It's not to be addressed here. You need to take that up.
Well, when can I see proof of it, that it was actually done? Because we never touched it. So it was the same as ever since when we bought it, and years before we bought it, because I've been in this city for years.
Yeah, the notice of violation does reference the AC splits and the sign. So I mean, I'm willing to give you the additional time. The city would like a status hearing in between there to keep your thumb on it.
Krista, what's the September hearing?
When's, did you say I have another hearing in September? So why don't we put the status hearing on that agenda?
25th.
That way I'll be me and I'll remember, or you can remind me. And then I will set compliance for the fire safety violation.
That's all done.
Yeah, I know, but I'm still have to put it in the order for August 5th, and everything else for like November what's Thanksgiving? Is that 27th?
The November hearing is on the 20th. You want to do it prior to the November hearing?
Yeah, like the 19th. All right, is there anything else anybody else needs to put into the record on this case? No.
Well, yeah, with the sign, I'm just trying to get that figured out, because I don't know why.
Notice of violation says you have unpermitted signs and unpermitted mini splits.
We never did anything.
I understand. I've heard you 5 times. I don't need to hear it 6. That's what the notice of violation says.
Proof.
Let's get, show me pictures and testimony for the sign
Okay.
that's not permitted. Not you, city.
Oh,
City has the burden to prove the violation.
So Magistrate, look at Bobby, City of Lake Worth Beach. The old sign that was on the property was from October 18th,
Okay.
October of 2018.
Okay.
And it was installed somewhere between October 2018 and April of 2019 without any permits in the system.
Okay.
The last permit in the system was 2000, I think, 4, and that permit was voided out.
Okay.
For some.
Okay.
So we've seen sometime in 18 and 19, the sign was replaced.
Okay. Back over and responding to.
Yeah, can I see proof? Is there anything proof of that?
There's a 2018.
Yeah, it's a piece of plastic.
Okay.
It's the same, it's painted. It's just a painted print, there's no difference. That's a piece of plastic with tape on it. With literally, those are stick-on things. We didn't change anything. It's the same thing. There's no change.
Yolanda Bryant.
It looks
City of
like the
Lake Worth
monument
Beach.
sign is the same monument, but the sign face has been changed.
Okay.
The name of the property was
Mr.
Sunny.
Hicks, can you show me the pictures so we can?
Also, Yolanda Bryant, City of Lake Worth Beach, Bobby stated that the previous sign permit was voided out, which means even that sign, whether it's the same or not, never had a permit because it was voided out. So regardless of which sign it is, neither sign had an approved permit.
Why wouldn't they put that when we're doing our due diligence on a property, that's, you know, as a property owner, we always look at the cities and make sure that there are no violations. If there are violations, then after, it would be city incompetence that of the worker who was doing that stuff, who didn't put it in the computers, and now they're hurting the new owner who had nothing to do with this sign at all. What if it was the whole roof? What if the whole building had to come
The
down?
city looks, when you do a lien search, the city looks at open liens and open code violations. If there is a violation on the property that is not part of an open code case, the city does not go out and inspect the property for you.
So, but we inspected it.
That's 2019.
And we asked the city. So we went to the city and we had it inspected. So I'm curious how.
Okay, so.
And the only difference is
Do I need
paint.
to be here for this conversation, or do you guys want to hear what I'm doing since I'm the one making the decision?
You're right.
Yeah, so. There's a sign that says Bates Motel or Hotel from what date?
October of 2018, it says Bates Motel.
Okay, is there a permit in the city's records for
No.
that sign? At what date did the sign face change to what's currently on?
April of 2019.
Is there a permit in the city's records for that sign?
No, sir.
Would a permit be required to change the face from that
Yes.
Bates to what it is now?
Yes, sir.
Is there any permit in the city's system
None at all.
for that?
No.
Okay. Right now, okay, the city has established a violation. If you would like to rebut that, I'll give you every opportunity to rebut it.
Yes, I mean, of course, because as you can see that there's nothing changed on it except for the name.
The entire face of the sign changed.
Those are tape. That's stickers. That thing slides out like a wobbly piece of plastic. The sign itself, the main structure, the sign in the ground, that has never changed.
Understand, the face of the sign changed.
The
copy
plastic
on the sign changed.
The plastic part, yes.
Right. And my question to the city was, does
But
that require a permit?
But we did not
answer
change that.
was yes. Somebody changed it.
Not us, and since 2019, I guess it's been like that. We bought this property in 2022.
And then you bought a code violation. People buy code violations every day.
But there was no code violation when we bought it.
there anything else anybody needs to put into the record on this case before I enter my order? I'm not gonna go around in circles with you, sir. I'm done with that. Anything else from anybody on this case? All right, city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property has complied with city code 23.4-4, but remains in violation. Am I looking, hang on. Yeah, am I looking at the right? Yes. Remains in violation of the other code sections that were cited in the notice. For the violation of city code 2-75.6.6, which has to do with fire safety requirements, I will require compliance no later than August 5th. The testimony is that that violation has already been cured, so it just needs to be inspected. Assuming it has been cured, everything will be good. If it is still in violation after August 5th for any reason, I will assess daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. For the other violations, which is city code 2-75.6.2, 23.4-7, and 23.2-21, those are the parking lot and the building permit for both the mini split and the sign. I'm going to be very clear on this record that I have evidence that's been put into the record shows me that the city has established that there's a sign and that it is not properly permitted. I will require compliance for all those no later than, what did we say, November 19th. November 19th for all of those. That's the sidewalk being painted, the getting the permits for the AC and the sign. And what was was it the striping in the parking lot?
The holes in the parking lots, secure all loose wheel stops, repaint all faded parking lot.
Okay, and I think the testimony was that that's all been done as well. So that same as with the fire safety requirement, that all may be done, but it needs to be inspected.
Yes.
If for some reason it's not in compliance, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. We'll award the city's administrative costs of $425.29, and we'll put the due date on that for no later than the November 19th compliance date on the violations that are sidewalk, parking lot, and permit related.
Still need.
The city wanted a status hearing.
Just to make sure things are staying on track, because November's a while away.
And that was
September 25th.
September, what was it? 20th?
25th.
25th. September 25th, we'll have a status hearing just to see how things are moving along and make sure everything is moving forward at the appropriate pace. Okay, I'll sign that order. Good luck.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have
There you
it
go.
already in my hand.
I'll give you this one, because she does need the training at the office. Usually get long.
Okay, we're gonna go to page 15, item 62, case number 25-470, property address of 314 South F Street, property owner is Domenico Caparuso, Officer Dorcius. You're right first anyway.
Thank you, God.
No problem, anytime.
Greetings, Code Officer Fedleen Dorcius of the City of Lake Fork Beach Code Division. Owner's name, case number, and address are being read into the oh, shoot.
No, thank you.
Already been read into the record. Property location 314 South F Street. This case was initiated as an internal license complaint on February 21st, 2025. Existing violations 14-32 business license, 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Owner failed inspection number 51695 on May 12th, 2025 for the following violations. Please obtain an approved fence permit for the wooden fence installation. Please remove box truck. Please secure loose soffit screens. 23.2-21 building permit. Owner applied for fence permit application number 251630 on June 9, 2025. The fence permit application was disapproved by planning and zoning on June 17, 2025. The permit was resubmitted on July 8, 2025, and disapproved by planning and zoning on July 11, 2025. Per the last email received by planning and zoning on July 25, 2025, they attempted to make contact with the property owner regarding the disapproval but received no answer. All other violations have been complied or resolved at this time. Formal notice of violation was issued via certified mail on June 23rd, 2025. Certified mail was received on June 25th, 2025. The property in City Hall was posted on June 26, 2025. This case was administratively postponed from June 26, 2025 until July 31st, 2025. The property last reinspection date was July 25th, 2025. Photographs of the property has been taken showing the violations. The city had personal contact with the property owner during the use and occupancy inspection as well as via email. The recommendation time for voluntary compliance will be September 29, 2025, plus administration cost of $425, 2029, made payable by September 29, 2025, or pay a fine of $75 per day.
Okay, respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited, except for compliance with City Code 2-75.6.2B4. I will accept the recommendation of the city and grant all the relief requested.
Page 18, item 69, case number 25-703, property address of 823 South G Street. Property owner is Gary Mildor and Wisleen Sampson. Officer Dorcius.
Code Officer Fedleen Dorcius, the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, case numbers are been written to the record. Property location 823 South G Street. This case was inspected generated on March 18, 2025. Existing violation 14-32 business license, 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Owner failed inspection number 61701 on July 30th, 2025 for the following violation. Please replace missing glass. Owners also explained if he or she changed the frame to that window, he or she would need to apply for an approved window permit. All other violations have been complied or resolved at this time. Formal notice of violation was issued via certified mail on March 24, 2025. Certified mail was received on March 27, 2025. The property in City Hall was posted on March 27, 2025. The property last reinspection date was on July 30th, 2025. Photographs of the property has been taken showing the violations. The city had personal contact with the HOA as well as the property owner on July 30th, 2025. The recommendation date for voluntary compliance will be September 29, 2025, plus administration cost of $425.29 made payable by September 29, 2025, or pay a fine of $75 per day.
Thank you. The respondent is not present. However, the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I find property remains in violation of City Codes 1432 and 1435. It has complied with all other code sections that were cited in the notice, and I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Page 21, item 76, case number 25-1076, property address is 721 South Pine Street. Property owner is Voltaire Robertson. Officer Dorcius.
Greetings, Code Officer Fedleen Dorcius, the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number are read to the record. Property located at 721 South Pine Street. The case was initiated as a complaint on May 6, 2025. Existing violations 14-32 business license, 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. The owner's business license has been inactivated since January 13, 2022. All other violations have been complied or resolved at this time. Formal notice of violation was issued via certified mail on May 13, 2025. The certified mail was received on May 16, 2025. The property in City Hall was posted on May 19, 2025. The property last re-inspection date was on July 25th, 2025, showing the violations. Pictures of the property has been taken and showing the violations. The city had no personal contact with the property owner. The only contact the city had was with the mortgage company who has registered this property vacant and foreclosure, but is currently occupied. The city recommendation time for voluntary compliance will be September 2nd, 2025, plus administration costs of $425.29 made payable by September 2nd, 2025, or pay a fine of $50 per day.
Thank you. Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Found property remains in violation of city codes 1432 and 1435. Will grant all the relief requested by the city. Bye.
We're going to go to page 3. Item number 10, case number 24-1129. It's a public request for a lien reduction at 721 North Dixie Highway. Case name was Muhammad Haq. New owner is Muhammad N. Haq and the Sumana Zina Trust, Officer Dale, and they entered into a stipulated agreement.
Officer Letisa Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach has entered into a stipulated agreement with property owners Haq Muhammad N. Trust and Xenia Sumona A. Trust. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 721 North Dixie Highway in Lake Worth Beach. Owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $7,125, and the owner agrees to pay $0, in which he has submitted receipts to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $0. The owner has submitted receipts.
All right, I have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction and appears to be in proper form, and it is.
Item 11, case number 23-772, public request for lien reduction at 1011 North D Street. Property owner is Capital Federal Funding, Inc., Officer Dale, and they entered into a stipulated agreement.
Thank you.
Officer Letisa Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach has entered into a stipulated agreement with property owners Capital Federal Funding, Inc. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1011 North D Street in Lake Worth Beach. Owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $21,375, and the owner agrees to pay $2,137.50 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $2,137.50, and the owner agrees to make payment by September 26, 2025. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, this stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $21,375 shall be reinstated.
I do have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. I've reviewed it. It appears to be in proper form and it is approved.
Item 12, case number 23-1455. It's a public request for a lien reduction at 1011 North D Street. Property owner is Capital Federal Funding, Inc., Officer Dale, and they entered into a stipulated agreement.
You.
Officer Leticia Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The City of Lake Worth Beach has entered into a stipulated agreement with property owners Capital Federal Funding, Inc. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 1011 North D Street in Lake Worth Beach. Owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $31,500, and the owner agrees to pay $3,150 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $3,150, and the owner agrees to make payment by September 26, 2025. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $31,500 shall be reinstated.
All right. You have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. It is in proper form and approved.
We're going to go to page 10 of the agenda, item 40, case number 25-481, property address of 717 North E Street. Property owner is Kyle R. Higginbotham. Officer Dale.
Cool.
Officer Leticia Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This case was initiated on February 21st, 2025 as a failed license inspection. Existing violations are 14-32, no active business license. 14-35, no use and occupancy inspection. However, on February 21st, 2025, inspection number 61187 was disapproved. The owner needed to contact building to apply for an approved permit for the screen porch addition added between 2022 and 2024, and for mini split AC unit added to the accessory structure. The owner also needed to remove the vehicle in the trailer that was being parked on the landscape in the rear of the property. 23.2-21. The same contact building department for the screen porch addition and the mini split AC. 23.4-10A3, remove the vehicle and trailer from being parked on the landscape. All other violations have been complied, and to date, there has been no permit application submitted. The property is re-inspected on July 8, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 2nd, 2025, and the certified mail was returned. However, the property was posted at the Property and City Hall on June 5th, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 14, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance, where the system was checked to see if the owner had scheduled for a follow-up use and occupancy inspection, and he had not. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is September 2nd, 2025, with a $75 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
So the only compliance was 2-75.6.2.
That is correct.
Yeah. Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Based on testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited, except that 2-75.6.2 has been complied. I will accept and grant all the relief requested by the city.
Item 41, case number 25-524, property address of 527 North Dixie Highway. Property owner is DCRL3 Properties LLC. Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This case was initiated on February 24th, 2025 as a business license audit. Existing violations are 14-32, no active business license for the owner, DCRL3 Properties LLC, and the tenant, Linvestors Corp. 14-35, no use and occupancy inspection for the owner and the tenant. I'm sorry, just for the owner. 2-75.6.2, B4, remove all overgrown weeds from the entire property. 23.2-21, apply for and obtain and pick up a permit for the gravel ground covered area at the rear of the property and the wooden fence at the rear of the property. 12-18, remove all garbage, trash, and debris from the entire property to include the silver tarp hanging from the structure. The property's last reinspection was on July 14, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 20th, 2025, and the certified mail was delivered. And the property was posted at the Property and City Hall on March 31st, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 16th, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had any personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is September 2nd, 2025, with a $100 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Based on testimony and evidence, property remains in violation as cited, and I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Item 42, case number 25-564, property address of 930 North C Street, property owners Victor Espinoza Primero, Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. This case will be read as a bifurcated order. It was initiated on February 22nd, 2025. Existing violations are 2-75.6.6, closed awnings. 23.2-21, permits needed for the new door and door frame, new stucco on the garage, and enclosing the garage and shed on the property. 2-75.6.2, expired permit number 23-2894. Missing house numbers not contrast to the structure. Hot water heater exposed. Shed on the property. Fascia observed with damaged rotten wood. And open permit number 23-2930. The property was re-inspected on July 8, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 3rd, 2025. The certified mail was delivered. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on June 6, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 15, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. I also did an inspection on yesterday to observe the awnings that were still closed on the property. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for the bifurcated order, which is 2-75.6.6, the city would recommend August 5th, 2025, with a $75 per day fine. And
Sorry, how much?
$75 per day.
75, thank you.
All other violations, the city's recommendation is September 2nd, 2025, with a $75 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Okay, respondent is not present. City has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited, except for compliance with 21-33.3 and 15-39. I will grant all the relief requested by the city for both the August 5th compliance date and the September 2nd date.
Page 11, item 43, case number 25-732, property address of 919 North A Street, property owner is New View IRA, Inc., Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dale with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. This case was initiated on March 20th, 2025 as a field observation. Existing violations are 12-17, trash bins in public view, 12-18, garbage, trash, and debris throughout the entire property, 14-32, no active business license, 14-35, no use and occupancy inspection, 15-43, graffiti, 2-75.6.2, missing house numbers, driveway in disrepair, And 2-75.6.2B4, overgrown landscape removed from the entire property to include in the rear of the fence property line. 23.2-21, no permit in the system for pavers added to the driveway or for the fence installed in the rear between 2022 and 2024, and to date, no permit application has been submitted. The property is re-inspected on June 26, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on March 25th, 2025, and the certified mail was returned. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on March 27, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 16, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had any personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time is September 3rd, 2025, with a $75 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 3rd, 2025.
Thank you. Respondent is not, excuse me, the respondent is not present. However, the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited, and I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Item 44, case number 25-976, property address of 730 North B Street, property owner of 730 North B Street Land Trust, Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lakewood Beach Code Compliance. The owner's name, case number, and address has been read into the record. This case was initiated as a field observation on April 23rd, 2025. Existing violations are 14-32, no active business license, 14-35, no use and occupancy inspection, 23.2-21, a permit is needed for the installation of new windows and doors. To date, no permit application has been submitted. And 23.4-4, missing or damaged fence slabs. The property was re-inspected on July 14, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 16, 2025, and the certified mail was delivered. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on June 18, 2025. The last re-inspection was on July 17, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had a personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time is September 3rd, 2025, with a $75 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid on September 3rd, 2025.
All right, respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited. I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Item 45, case number 25-1203, property address of 1950 Lake Worth Road, property owner is McMillian Real Estate, LLC, Officer Dale.
Officer Leticia Dell with the City of Lake Worth Beach Code Compliance. The owner's address, case number, and name has been read into the record. This case was initiated as a field observation by Code Officer Juan Vasquez on June 2nd, 2025. Existing violations are please remove all trash and debris from the entire property perimeter to include the dumpster enclosure area, the rear and all sides of the property. 12-7, all dumpsters and enclosures shall be kept in good and structurally sound condition. 15-43, please remove graffiti from the structure. 2-75.6.2, please remove all dirt and mildew from the structure to include the side of the building and paint as needed. Please repaint the sidewalk borders as needed. Please clean or wash and repaint the sidewalk as needed. Please repair all landscape borders to include the border towards the front of the gas station on Lake Worth Road side. Please repair the fascia on the entire property to include the rear. Please replace the door handle on the side door. 2-75.6.5. Please reattach the electrical box to the structure. 23.4-3, please replace any and all exterior light covers on the property. 23.4-7, please repaint all faded parking lot lines. Please repaint all parking posts as needed to include rusted posts. 23.4-4, please repair or remove any damage to the chain link fence. Please repair fence screening, including side and rear fence on the property. 23.5-1G, please remove all flutter flags from the property. 23.5-1E14, more than 25% of the door and window is covered by signs. Please remove and replace as needed in order to comply with the ordinance. 14-32, no, City of Lake Worth Beach business license. 14-35, no use and occupancy inspection. However, on July 11th, a use and occupancy inspection was conducted by Code Officer Carlos Domingo, and the inspection number 59920 was disapproved due to the following: garbage, trash, and debris throughout the entire property, dirt buildup on the property to include walkways in the building, missing light covers for both exterior and interior lights, wheel stops in disrepair, chain link fence in disrepair, fence screen loose and not securely fastened to the fence, window coverage over 25%, fascia in disrepair, asphalt in disrepair on the property, unpermitted structure on the backside of the property, rusted poles on the backside of the property, encroaching landscape onto the public right-of-way, dirty gas station monument by public right-of-way, inside ceiling panels need to be cleaned, repaired, or replaced. Please update Zaz Investments Inc. license to include an amusement license for the gaming machine as well as an ATM within the property. Please clean all interior air vents. Please remove dirt and mildew from interior doors and walls. Please add blanks to the breakers as well as a lock. Please maintain interior of clean soffit, screen, and disrepair. Please contact the building department for any repairs. 2-75.6.2, which will be read as a bifurcated violation. Please replace any missing glass doors on the fire extinguisher boxes, and please replace any or all expired fire extinguishers. Properties re-inspected on July 11, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 9, 2025, and the certified mail was delivered. The property was posted at the Property and City Hall on June 9, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 17th and found to be in noncompliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations, and the city has had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for the bifurcated order violation 2-75.6.6 will be bifurcated with a recommendation time of August 5th, 2025, and a $100 per day fine. All other violations, the city's recommendation time is September 3rd, 2025, with a $100 per day fine and an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 3rd, 2025.
The respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. Notice documents in the file based on the testimony and the evidence. Property remains in violation as cited. I will grant all the relief requested by the city in a bifurcated order with the 2-75.6.6 compliance date of August 5th and all others September 3rd.
Okay, we're gonna go to page 1, item 1. Case number 17-1449. It's a public request for a lien reduction at 725 North Federal Highway. Case name is Denai Mandel. The new owner is Brogues Properties LLC, Officer Bryant, and they entered into a stipulated agreement. I guess I shouldn't just say stip. People won't know what that is.
Stipulated. Oh, I'm punchy because that was really funny.
It's been a long day, and we still got like 26 cases.
Not done yet, man.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for City of Lake Worth Beach. City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and the property owner, Brogues Properties LLC, owner of the property described below, hereinafter referred to as owner, hereby stipulated agreement stipulated to the following matters. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind respective parties to the terms contained herein. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 725 North Federal Highway, Lake Worth Beach, FL, for violations that are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and all administrative costs assessed in the underlying code compliance case for the lien have been paid. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code compliance cases. Owner has otherwise met all requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property total $4,100, and owner agrees to pay $410 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend
to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $410, and owner agrees to make payment by September 3rd, 2025. If the special magistrate does not agree, if the city does not receive payment as set forth above, this stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien of $4,100 shall be reinstated.
You have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction in the file. It is in proper form and approved.
Item 2, case number 18-4400, public request for a lien reduction at 725 North Federal Highway. Case name was Denai Mandel, new owners are Brogues Properties LLC. Officer Bryant, they entered into a stipulated agreement.
Joe. The city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and the property owner Brogues Properties LLC, owner for the property described below, hereinafter referred to as owner, hereby stipulate to the following matters. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind the respective parties to the terms contained herein. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 725 North Federal Highway, Lake Worth Beach, FL, for violations that are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and all administrative costs assessed in the underlying code compliance case for the lien have been paid. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code compliance cases. The lien existing on the property total $160,500. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $0 due to receipts submitted by the owner. If the special magistrate If all conditions of the stipulated agreement are met upon request by the owner, the city shall issue a release of lien executed by the mayor and city clerk to the owner.
You have the file with the stipulated agreement. It is in proper form and approved.
Item 3, case number 20-1594, public request for a lien reduction at 725 North Federal Highway. Case name is Denai Mandel, new owners are Brogues Properties LLC. Officer Bryant, and they entered into a stipulated agreement.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the city of Lake Worth Beach. The city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and the property owner This is the wrong one.
Yes, this is the other 725 North Federal.
Okay. That's all right. Oh, that's the next one, right?
She
Yeah.
skipped one.
Yeah.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant, City of Lake Worth Beach, the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and the property owner Brogues Properties LLC, owner of the property described below, hereinafter referred to as owner, hereby stipulate to the following matters. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind the respective parties to the terms contained herein. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 725 North Federal Highway, Lake Worth Beach, FL 33460, for violations that are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and all administrative costs assessed in the underlying code compliance case for the lien have been paid. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code compliance cases. Owner has otherwise met all the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of the code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totaled $13,200. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $0 due to receipts that were submitted by the owner. If the special magistrate, if all conditions of the stipulated agreement are met upon request by the owner, the city shall issue a release of lien executed by the mayor and city clerk to the owner.
All right, I do have the stipulated agreement in the file. I reviewed it with the receipts. It's in proper form and approved.
Item 4, case number 19-1352. It's a public request for a lien reduction at 511 South K Street. Case name was FYR SFR Bar LLC. New owner is Muhammad Hack. Officer Bryant. They entered into a stipulated agreement.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach, the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and the property owner Haq Mohammed, owner of the property described below, hereinafter referred to as owner, hereby stipulate to the following matters. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind the respective parties to the terms contained herein. There is a code enforcement lien on the property located at 511 South K Street for violations that are non-compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and all administrative costs assessed in the underlying code compliance cases for the lien have been paid. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code compliance cases. Owner has otherwise met all the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's code of ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property totals $72,225, and owner agrees to pay $7,222.50 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $7,222.50, and owner agrees to make payment by September 30th, 2025. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void, with no further action be taken by the city. An existing lien of $72,225 shall be reinstated.
All right, and you have the stipulated agreement for lien reduction. It's in proper form and approved.
Page 5, item 20, case number 25-18, property address of 401 North J Street, number 2. Property owner is Maggie Bodwell. Officer Bryant.
Yeah.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 1/8/2025. The existing violations of the property are 14-32 for a business license for owner Maggie Bodwell and 14-35 use and occupancy inspection for owner Maggie Bodwell. All other violations of the property have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on 2/5/2025, certified mail received on 3/14/2025, posted at the property in City Hall on 3/21/2025. The last reinspection was on 7/30/2025, found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had personal contact with the property owner. The recommendation time is September 2nd, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative costs $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. Property remains in violation of city codes 1432 and 1435. I will grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 21, case number 25-23, property address of 401 North J Street, number 12. Property owner is Victoria Wood. Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 1/23/2025 as a field observation. Existing violations of the property are 2-75.6.6 fire safety requirements. Please remove all boards from windows / lift all awnings from windows within 5 days as it is a fire safety hazard. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on 2/13/2025, certified mail received on 4/14/2025, posted at property at City Hall on 3/21/2025. The last reinspection was on 7/30/2025, found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had personal contact with the property owner. The recommendation time is August 5th, 2025, or fine $50 per day. Administrative costs $425.29 to be paid by August 5th, 2025.
All right, respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. Property remains in violation of city code 2-75.6.6, and I grant the relief requested by the city.
Page 6, item 22, case number 25-25, property address 401 North J Street, Unit 6. Property owner is Isaac J. McFadden III. Officer Bryant.
Thank you.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 1/23/2025 as a field observation. Existing violations of the property are 2-75.6.6 fire safety hazard. Please remove all boards from windows / lift all awnings from windows within 5 days as it is a fire safety hazard. All other violations of the case have been complied. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on 2/11/2025, certified mail received on 4/14/2025, posted at property at City Hall on 3/21/2025. Last reinspection was on 7/30/2025, found to be non-compliance. Photographs have been taken of the property showing the violations. The city has not had personal contact with the property owner. The recommendation time is August 5th, 2025, or fine $50 per day. Administrative costs $425.29 to be paid by August 5th, 2025.
Thank you. Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation of City Code 2-75.6.6, and I grant all the relief requested by the city.
Item 24, case number 25-488, property address of 511 Lucerne Avenue. Property owner is property address is 511 Lucerne Avenue, number 418. Property owner is Hamilton Rentals, FL LLC, Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 2/21/2025 as an internal business license complaint. Existing violations of the property are 14-32 business license. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Hamilton Rentals FL LLC. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Please schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Hamilton Rentals FL LLC. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on 5/15/2025. Certified mail received on 7/8/2025. Posted at property at City Hall 5/29/2025. Last reinspection was on 7/30/2025. Found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violation. The city has had no personal contact with the property owner. Recommendation time is September 2nd, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative costs $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Respondent is not present. However, city has proper notice. Property remains in violation as cited based on the testimony and the evidence, and I will grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 25, case number 25-516, property address of 511 Lucerne Avenue, Unit 514. Property owner is Earl M. Crittenden Jr., Officer Bryant.
Code Officer Juliana Bryant for the City of Lake Worth Beach. The case was initiated on 2/24/2025 as an internal business license complaint. Existing violations of the property are 14-32 business license. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lake Worth Beach business license for owner Earl Crittenden. 14-35 use and occupancy inspection. Please contact our code division to schedule and pass a use and occupancy inspection for owner Earl Crittenden. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on 4/8/2025. Certified mail received on 4/29/2025. Posted at property at City Hall 4/21/2025. Last reinspection was on 7/30/2025, found to be non-compliance. Photographs of property have been taken showing the violation. The city has not had personal contact with the property owner. Recommendation time is September 2nd, 2025, or fine $75 per day. Administrative cost $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice with the notice documents contained in the file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited, and I grant all the relief requested by the city. Someone's been practicing their speed reading or speed talking.
Right. Okay, we're going back to page 6. No, Orlando, it's Orlando. Oh, Orlando's going.
Oh, Mando?
Yeah.
Oh.
Page 2, item 6, case number 20-2075. This is a public request for a lien reduction at 801 South B Street. Property owner is Crown Made Easy LLC, Officer Correct.
Officer Orlando Curette, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and the property owners Crown Made Easy LLC, owner or agent for the owner of the property described below, hereinafter referred to as owner, hereby stipulate to the following matters. The persons executing the stipulated agreement have the authority to enter into this agreement and bind the respective parties to the terms contained herein. There's a code enforcement lien on the property located at 801 South B Street, Lake Worth Beach, Florida, 33460 for violations that are now in compliance. The property is otherwise free of all outstanding debts due to the city, and all administrative costs assessed in the underlying code compliance case for the lien have been paid. Owner does not have any other properties in the city that have active code compliance cases. Owner has otherwise met all of the requirements of sections 2-69.3 and 2-69.3.1 of the city's Code of Ordinances relating to the reduction of code enforcement liens. The lien existing on the property total $195,000, and owner agrees to pay $19,500 to settle and release the lien. The city will recommend to the special magistrate that an order be entered reducing the lien to $19,500 and owner agrees to make payment by September 29th, 2025. If the special magistrate does not agree with the amount stipulated in this agreement, the case will be reset to a new hearing date. In such event, the city shall give owner no less than 5 days' notice of the new hearing date. If the city does not receive payment as set forth above, the stipulated agreement shall be null and void with no further action to be taken by the city, and the existing lien amount of $195,000 shall be reinstated.
All right, I do have the stipulated agreement in the file. It's in proper form and approved.
Page 4, item 15, case number 25-332. It's a public request for an extension of time for compliance at 1224 South Federal Highway. Property owner is Sanctity Properties LLC. Officer Correct.
Officer Orlando Corrett, City of Lake Worth Beach. Code compliance, owner's name, address, case number has been read into the record. Property address, owner is requesting a first extension of time. Case initiated as a field observation on February 12th, 2025. During inspection, the following violations were observed. 14-32, no active business license for owner, Sanctity Properties LLC, and tenant, Salty Dog Pet Grooming. 14-35, no use and occupancy inspection for owner, Sanctity Properties LLC, and tenant, Salty Dog Pet Grooming. 23.5-1, no permit on file for sign on building and freestanding sign. Notice of violation issued and sent on 3/18/25 with 90 days for compliance. Property in City Hall was posted on March 24th, 2025. First hearing date, June 26th, 2025. Property ordered compliance by July 28th, 2025 with a $100 per day fine. To date, permit application for signs was approved on July 28th, 2025, and any and all minor violations have been complied as of July 30th, 2025. Therefore, at this time, the city is in agreement with the extension of time request for the owner.
All right, 60 days. I think that's what,
No, he actually complied, all the violations.
oh, you did say
So,
that.
yeah, so the compliance date, we would like extended to
So
today.
to today,
Yes, sir.
granted. Well, however many number of days that is, it's to today.
Now we're going to go to page, where are we?
Page 7,
Absolutely.
number 20.
Item number 29. Thank you. You're much quicker than me.
Wow.
Case number 25-543, property address of 2601 Bucknell Lane. Property owner is Jonathan and Kristen Allen. Officer Correct.
Go.
Officer Orlando Corrett, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on February 26, 2025 as a citizen complaint. Existing violations are 23.2-21. The property owner failed to secure a building permit for wooden fence. Request for fence permit was submitted on July 8th, 2025 and was disapproved due to additional information needed. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 10th, 25. Certified mail was delivered on June 12th, 2025. Posted at property in City Hall on June 12th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 30th, 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time for compliance is September 2nd, 2025, or fines of $50 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Respondent is not present. However, the city has proper notice based on testimony and the evidence. Property remains in violation of City Code 23.2-21, and I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Item 31, case number 25-852, property address of 223 Vanderbilt Drive. Property owner is AKL Holdings LLC. Officer Correct.
Officer Orlando Corrett, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on April 10th, 2025 as an internal complaint from the Building Division. Existing violations are 23.2-21, apply for, obtain, and pick up permits for all mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and building installations. 2-75.6.2, please repair damaged dry rot fascia and paint as needed. Please remove dirt mildew from structure. Please repair damaged missing porch screens. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 14th, 2025. Certified mail was returned to sender, posted at Property and City Hall on May 15th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 29th, 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has not had personal contact with the property owner. The city's recommendation time for compliance is September 2nd, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Respondent is not present at today's hearing. The city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited. I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Page 8 of the agenda, item 34, case number 25-1286, property address of 701 South F Street. Property owner is ENMD LLC. Officer Correct.
Officer Orlando Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. Case was initiated on June 18th, 2025. All violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on June 23rd, 2025. Certified mail was returned to sender, posted at Property and City Hall on June 27th, 2024. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. The city has had personal contact with the property owner. Previous order has been attached to the case file for repeat case number 22-1786, citing violations 2-75.6.2, 12-18, 14-32, 14-35, which was initiated on October 14th, 2022, went to hearing October 27th, 2022, and pay $150 per day until full compliance. Property was complied on November 4th, 2022, and fines were accrued. At this time, the city is requesting a fine of $500 per day will be assessed from June 18th, 2025 until July 18th, 2025. To date, the property is in compliance.
Is the previous order in here?
Should be on the left-hand side, yes, sir. Should be in there.
And all those papers.
It should be at the very top, but.
All right. I'll think it's in here.
Shouldn't be there, no?
The something. Yeah, oh, wait, it's not moments.
Supposed to be very good monitor.
Case number is 22-1786. You said it was brought into compliance on November 4th, 2022.
Yes, it was complied on November 4th, 2022.
Just pull up that order and verify it real quick.
You can touch the screen.
Also, the previous order was a repeat as well. Jeez. 22-1786, order finding a repeat. That was based on. No, no. No. Okay. Respondent is not present at today's hearing, but the city has proper notice. This case, property is now in compliance, but it was in violation of the code sections cited in the notice. And that was for 30 days from June 18th to July 18th.
Yes, sir.
Those violations were a repeat violation based on case number 2020, based on case number 22-1786. And by the way, case 22-1786 was also a repeat violation case. So I will absolutely grant the relief requested by the city at $500 per day for those from June 18th to July 18th, and also award the administrative costs of $425.29. This is the bottom.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry.
You need it?
No, I just didn't have to stretch all that far.
Sorry about that. There you go.
That wasn't a proper sentence structure that I just said, but you knew what I meant. Okay, we're gonna go to page 23, item 84, case number 25-493. This is a request by the city to vacate an order from the last hearing. Address at 401 18th Avenue North. Property owner is Darwin G. Parr and Jesse L. Smith.
Orlando Correct, City of Lake Worth Beach, Code Division. Owner's name, address, and case number has been read into the record. The city is requested to vacate the order finding violation and assessing fine and claim of lien recorded at Official Records Book 35890 at page 880-882 and filed on July 22nd, 2025.
The city's request is granted.
Carlos. Okay, we're gonna go to page 12 of the agenda, item 48, case number 25-902, property address of 509 Worthmore Drive. Property owner is Melanie Schreiber and Hassan Mohammed, Officer Domingo.
Okay.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on April 14, 2025 as a field observation, with existing violations being 23.6-1, dirt and bare spots, and 23.4-19, outdoor storage. All other violations have been complied. Issued courtesy notice for violation on April 14, 2025. Property re-inspected on May 12, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 22nd, 2025. Certified mail is in transit, posted at property and city hall on May 23rd, 2025. Last re-inspection was on July 28th, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has not been made. The city's recommendation time for compliance is August 29th, 2025, or pay fines of $50 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025.
Respondent is not present at today's hearing, but the city has proper notice. Based on testimony and the evidence, I find the property remains in violation of It's 23.6-1 and 23.4-19, and I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Item 49, case number 25-906, property address of 1220 19th Avenue North. Property owner is Joseph O. Roberts, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Co-compliance case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on April 14th, 2025 as a field observation with existing violation being 23.6-1. Dirt and bare spots. All other violations have been complied. Issued courtesy notice for violation on April 14th, 2025. Property re-inspected on May 12th, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 19th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered, posted at property in City Hall on May 20th, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025, and found to be in non-compliance. Photos of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has been made. The city's recommendation time for compliance is August 29th, 2025, or pay fines of $50 per day. After a city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025.
Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. Find the property remains in violation of City Code 23.6-1 and grant the relief requested by the city.
Page 13, item 53, case number 25-1079, property address of 1152 14th Avenue North. Property owner is Risewick Santard and Marie Santard, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Co-compliance case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on May 7th, 2025 as a field observation, with the existing violation being 23.4-1083, which is parking on landscape. 2-25.6.2, please process expired permit 23-1322 by contacting the building division. Please remove dirt accumulation from driveway and walkways. Issued courtesy notice for violation on May 7th, 2025. Property re-inspected on May 22nd, 2025. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 29th, 2025. Certified mail is in transit. Posted at property in City Hall on May 30th, 2025. Last re-inspection was on July 28th, 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has not been made. The city's recommendation time for compliance is August 29th, 2025, or pay fines of $50 per day. After the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025.
Everything's still outstanding, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited, and I'll grant all the relief requested by the city.
Item 54, case number 25-1109, property address of 2501 North Dixie Highway. Property owner is Arbor Square Realty Company, LLC, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Co-compliance case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on May 12th, 2025 as a license complaint with existing violation being 14-32. Please apply for and obtain a City of Lakewood Beach business license. 14-35. Please obtain an approved use and occupancy inspection. They did have an inspection back on June 10th, 2025, but it was disapproved. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 20th, 2025. Certified mail is in transit, posted at property in City Hall on May 21st, 2025. The last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property manager has been made. The city's recommendation time for compliance is August 29th, 2025, with pay fines of $100 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025.
Respondent is not present at the hearing. However, the city has proper notice based on the testimony and evidence. Property remains in violation as cited, and I will grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 55, case number 25-1206, property address of 232 Dartmouth Drive, property owner Charlene Terry Ward, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read into the record. Case was initiated on June 3rd, 2025 as a complaint. Existing violations being 2-75.6.2, please process permit 23-1172. The other violation within 2-75.6.2 has been complied, which is the removal of the canopy that has already been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on July 9th, 2025. Certified mail is in transit. Posted at property and city hall on June 10th, 2025. Case has been, skip that part. Last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has been made. The city's recommendation time for compliance is August 29th, 2025, with pay fines of $50 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025.
Respondent is not present at today's hearing, but the city has proper notice based on the testimony and the evidence. Property remains in violation of 2-75.6.2 regarding processing the expired permit, but complied with removing the canopy. I will grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 56, case number 25-1207, property address of 1901 North Dixie Highway, property owner is S&F Properties of the Palm Beaches, Inc., Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case was initiated on June 3rd, 2025 as a complaint, with existing violation being 15-43, graffiti on the property. All the violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on July 9th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered, posted at property and city hall on June 10th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025 and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property manager has been made. The city's recommendation time for compliance is August 29th, 2025, or pay fines of $100 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025.
Not the most creative graffiti I've ever seen, but nonetheless, respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. Property remains in violation of City Code 1543, and I will grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 57, case number 25-1222, property address of 312 12th Avenue North, property owner is 312 12th Avenue North, LP, Officer Domingo.
Carlos Domingo with the City of Lakewood Beach. Code compliance, case number, owner's name, and owner's address has already been read onto the record. Case was initiated on June 5th, 2025 as a complaint. Existing violation being 2-5.11, which is registering the property as vacant. Formal notice of violation here was issued via certified mail on June 11th, 2025. Certified mail was delivered, posted at property and city hall on June 12th, 2025. Last reinspection was on July 28th, 2025. and found to be in non-compliance. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with the property owner has not been made. The city's recommendation time for compliance is August 29th, 2025, or pay fines of $75 per day after the city's recommendation time for compliance, plus an administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by August 29th, 2025.
Respondent is not present. However, the city has proper notice. Property remains in violation as cited based on the testimony and the evidence, and I will grant the relief requested by the city.
We're getting there. All right, your turn, Bobby. Let me find you on here.
21. Page.
Boy, you're quick.
Hey, I know you were going.
I can barely see right now.
I know, me too.
Okay, we're gonna go to item 77, case number 25-853, property address of 1902 Lake Osborne Drive. Property owner is Elaine M. Kraus individually, and the McCallish Freedom Trust with Elaine M. Kraus as trustee. Supervisor Hicks.
Case number, owner's name and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on April 10th, 2025 for existing violations of 23.21. Property owner failed to secure a building permit and apply for permits for a tiki hut and a pergola. Permit application 25-1086 for the Seminole Tiki Hut was approved on 5/8 of 2025. The permit for the pergola has not been submitted. Pergola was added between April 2019 and May of 2022. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on April 14th of 2025. Certified mail was delivered and left with the individual on April 17th of 2025. Property and City Hall were posted on April 15th of 2025. Last reinspection was on July 28th of 2025.
September hearing, I don't want to, until we're done, and I can't take her to the hall and talk. Thank you.
Last reinspection was on July 28th of 2025. Photographs of the property have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact with I did not have any personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time for compliance to obtain a permit for the pergola is September 2nd of 2025, or fines of $50 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025.
Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence, property remains in violation as cited. I grant the relief requested by the city.
Item 79, case number 25-1048, property address 1313 Crest Drive, property owner is Discovery Quest Inc., Supervisor Hicks. Yes, 1313 Crest Drive. Oh.
Case number, owner's name and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on May 7th, 2025 for existing violations of 14-32. Please apply and obtain the City of Lake Forest Beach business license for the owner Discovery Quest Inc. 14-35. Call and schedule and pass the use and occupancy inspection for Discovery Quest Inc. Inspection 64175 for Discovery Quest Inc. was disapproved. Two 75.6.2, please remove unpermitted carport and canopies from property. Replace all missing light globes around the structure. Please remove all peeling paint from the structure and paint as needed. Please remove all dirt mildew from all fencing and around the property. All other violations have been complied or resolved. Formal notice of violation hearing was issued via certified mail on May 13th of 2025. Certified mail was delivered and left with individual on May 15th of 2025. Posted to Property and City Hall on May 14th, 2025. Last reinspection for the property was July 28th of 2025. Photographs have been taken showing the violations. I did have personal contact with the property manager. City's recommendation, this will be a bifurcated order. August 5th of 2025 for the swimming pool violations under Code Section 14-35. The violation was the pool fence is too short. They need to replace the fence with approved fencing per code requirement. Shall be in compliance surrounding by the fence and barrier at least 48 inches. Gates indoors of such barrier shall be self-closing and self-latching, where the self-latching device is less than 54 inches above the bottom of the gate. So August 5th for that violation, and all remaining violations September 2nd, 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025. The August 5th, 2025 for the life, health, safety violation would also be the $75 a day if not in compliance.
How high is it, the fence?
It's about 3 feet.
Oh, where am I?
Can you see it on the side?
No, so I didn't do it.
Where is it?
Keep going.
Oh, is this it here?
Upside down. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Got
When
it.
we did the use and occupancy inspection, the gate was, we didn't even know there was a pool and the gate was open.
Oh, yeah, no, now that yeah, that's way too. All right.
It's just a little picket fence.
Yeah, that's not good.
Now, they did apply for a fence permit,
Uh-huh.
but they didn't touch that section. They touched the other side of the house, which that fence was fine.
All right, well, let's see. Respondent is not present, but the city has proper notice. I will find property remains in violation of city codes 1432, 1435, and 2-75.6.2. And I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Hey, item 80, page 22, item 82, case number 25-1192, property address of 1114 Cochran Drive. Property owner is Lisbani Novo Leva and Johanny Mateos Diaz. Supervisor Hicks.
Case number, owner's name and address have been read into the record. This was on a complaint. Case was initiated on June 2nd of 2025. Existing violation is 23.2-21. The property owner failed to secure a building permit for the covered patio installed between 2022 and 2023. Permit application 25-1967 was submitted on 7/14 of 2025 and is currently in plan review. All other violations have been complied or resolved. Formal notice of violation here was issued via certified mail on June 3rd of 2025. Certified mail was delivered and left with individual on June 5th of 2025. Property was posted in City Hall on June 4th of 2025. Property was last re-inspected on July 30th of 2025. Photographs have been taken showing the violations. Personal contact has been made with the property owner. City's recommendation time for compliance is September 2nd, 2025, or $50 per day fine. Administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd, 2025. They got caught on the carport because they installed a shed without a permit. So when they applied for the shed permit, they had to get the survey, found out the patio was installed. The shed has now since been removed, but they're on the hook for the patio.
And they don't get a break because it's a Corvette?
No.
Okay. I would give them a break.
You give them a break. They're almost there with the to be approved. So.
No, I'm just kidding.
For the record.
Record, I'm just being silly because I have a Corvette too. So kindred spirits and all. Okay.
Okay, item 83, case number.
I gotta enter my orders.
Oh, sorry.
Respondents are not present, but the city has proper notice. Property remains in violation of City Code 23.2-21, and I will grant all the relief requested by the city.
Okay, now we'll go to 83,
Yeah.
case number 25871, property address of 920 South H Street. Property owner is the Scott M. May Supplemental Needs Trust established under the Robert M. May Trust. Supervisor Hicks.
All right, this is the last one, I think.
Yes.
Bring it in for a landing.
Case number, owner's name and address have been read into the record. Case was initiated on April 17, 2025 by a previous code officer, Suella Turk, who is now retired from the city of Lake Worth Beach. Existing violations are 1218, please remove all garbage, trash, and debris from property perimeter. 14-32, to please apply and obtain the city of Lake Worth Beach business license for the owner, Scott M. May Supplement Needs Trust, established under the Robert M. Bay Trust. 14-35, please call and schedule and pass the use and occupancy. Use and occupancy was conducted on 5/22 of 2025 and was disapproved. Violations are attached of the violations found. All other violations have been complied. Formal notice of violation and hearing was issued via certified mail on May 21st of 2025. Certified mail has been returned to sender. Property and City Hall were posted on May 22nd of 2025. Last reinspection of the property was July 28th of 2025 and found to be in noncompliance. Photographs have been taken showing the violations. I have not had any personal contact with the property owner. City's recommendation time for compliance is September 2nd of 2025, or fines of $75 per day, plus the administrative cost of $425.29 to be paid by September 2nd of 2025.
Okay, respondents are not present at today's hearing, but the city has proper notice. Property remains in violation as cited, except for compliance with 23.4-10, parens A, parens 3, and I grant all the relief requested by the city. I believe that concludes.
That concludes. If you would like to adjourn.
Is there anything else for the good of the order?
No, sir.
All right. This might be a record on the other
Yeah.
side. It's 3:24 and we've concluded our business.